Chapter 1, Say You Will. The crowd at the Meridian was a weather system. 30,000 voices stacked into a pressure front and rolled toward the stage in hot, salted gusts. Arms lifted and fell like swells. The house lights dropped. Phones rose like a constellation no astronomer asked for. Starling Teeth burned onto the screen behind the drum kit, and the noise concentrated until Jack's veil could feel it in his molars. 2 minutes. Lorna shouted up the stairs, headset crooked, clipboard damp. She had the posture of a woman holding back the ocean with good posture. Rena twirled a stick and let it clack off her forearm without flinching. "They're loud," she said. Her mouth didn't move much. Rena conserved everything not involving rhythm. "Loud as bread," Theo said, bass slung at his hips like a conspiracy. He cracked a knuckle. "Eat." Micah warmed his fingers against the back of an amp and practiced the riff to Porcelain Sky in a whisper only the amp knew. He looked at Jax and held his gaze a beat too long, meaning, "You good?" Jax smiled. The smile was the thing on him he could rehearse. "Always," he lied and rolled his shoulders. His throat felt like a locked room. He'd done the steam, the tea, the gargle. He still wanted to cough up a coil of black thread he could feel just behind the voice. The Meridian stage manager flashed a palm from the wing. 1 minute. Jax peered past the curtain. The front rows were a kaleidoscope of mouths. Glitter, tears, slogans. Every third sign was a confession. "You saved me, marry me, take me with you." Up in the nosebleeds, whole blocks of people were already swaying. The motion made the upper deck look watery. Jax closed his eyes and heard the crowd's chant sort itself out of chaos and into words. "Say you will." 30,000 voices murmured. "Say you will." That wasn't the pre-show chant. The Teeth's crowd usually went with teeth, 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 until they sounded like wolves. He looked again. The faces were still faces, but the sound had been something. Rena thumped the snare. Once, twice. The house blew to white as the screen flared, and Jax ran out into heat. The first song tunneled through him like a fast train. He was in it and above it and not near it at all, the way he always was, his body hitting marks while a smarter, colder part watched microphone angles and tempo drifts and remembered to leave space between verses for the crowd singbacks. He was a heat sink for 30,000 people's lack. He felt the lack like a weight he'd agreed to pick up before he'd known what it was. Between Porcelain Sky and Red Weather, he saw her. Not one face. A face that made the other faces less. She was at the barricade by the ramp, dead center, where the pit wave could have ripped her apart if it wanted. She didn't have a sign. She didn't have her phone up. She didn't have anything but her face, turned up to him like she'd borrowed a light from under the stage and was returning it. Black bob. Red mouth slashed too sharply to be an accident. A dress that looked like it would cut concrete. The security guard at the rail watched her, in the way you watch a fire you can't call a fire yet. When Jax hit the call-in response in Red Weather, the part where he always made the place his, he pointed the mic at the crowd. They gave it back wrong. The lyric was "Say My Name," and they sang "Say You Will." Not all of them. Just enough. Jax laughed into the wrongness and spun it into charm. "You're ahead," he told them, and they roared because people like to be accused of prophecy. When he looked down again, the woman's mouth formed the words without sound, and it looked like promise. He didn't look at her again for 4 songs. He didn't need to. She existed the way red does behind eyelids after flashbulbs. He worked the stage like a penitent and a thief, took the energy and gave the lie that he could hold it. By the time they hit the encore break, he was soaked in a way perfume ads never show, and the cable at the back of his neck felt like a leash. In the dark offstage, Lorna shoved a towel at him. "You've got them," she said, eyes bright, a little manic. "You could walk out and sing the phone book and they'd turn pages." "Do people still have phone books?" Micah asked, breathless, happy. "They have you," Lorna said. "It's the same thing." Jax leaned against a pillar and tried not to cough the thread up through the towel. Rena tapped the fan on her snare with 2 fingers and listened to the crowd bring itself down 1 notch in anticipation. "Last 2, she said. Then the river. After the last 2, after the storm of needles and the hymn of High Tide, the Teeth folded back into the mouth of the stage, leaving lights and smoke to pretend they mattered. Jax bowed too long and waved too much and let himself be proud exactly 3 seconds, like a sin, with witnesses. Then the woman with the cut-mouth dress was in the hallway. Lorna saw her and moved like a chess piece. "No," she started, because Lorna's first word to any stranger was no. "It's okay," Jax said lightly, which was the dumbest sentence in a backstage hallway in the history of sentences. He was still wearing his in-ear monitors. His voice sounded to himself like a ghost that didn't want a body anymore. He hadn't thought past that. The woman smiled the red smile. Up close it wasn't lipstick, it was the way her mouth was shaped. The red was in her. "You owe me a drink," she said. "Do I?" Jax asked, amused at his own interest. Her pupils were too big for the hallway light. Maybe she was high. Everyone was something. "You promised," she said. On stage. "Babe," Theo said kindly from behind Jax's shoulder. "He promises the whole room." "That's the problem," she said. She offered her hand like a dare. "I'm Lumen." "Of course you are," Micah muttered, so quiet it could have been in Jax's head. Jax took Lumen's hand. It felt cool and decisive. "Jax, this is..." "I know who you are," she said, not looking away. "You're the reason I learned to lie well." Lorna did the math in her head and came up with a leather bracelet labeled liability. "You can do photos," she declared, and 30 seconds of breathing the same air. Then he has to use his throat for sleep. Lorna said throat like it was a company asset. Rena glanced at Lorna, lifted her snare stick in salute, and evaporated down the hall like smoke. Theo and Micah made the decision to be elsewhere, as men in bands do when they smell a weather change. Security shifted without moving. Lumen leaned in as if whispering to Jax. She didn't whisper. She smelled like orange peels in a dark drawer. "You said you'd give me the world," she said. "I said that," Jax said lightly. "I have to talk to whoever writes my stage banter." "You looked at me when you said it," Lumen said. "You put the mic out." I sang it back. Jax's laugh came out softer than he meant. "It was for 30,000 people," he said. He felt like a man needing a balloon to look for a scene. "That's not how promises work," Lumen said, and in the little gap after, the hallway sound did a thing. Bent, like heat. In the dressing room afterward, the air tasted like old wood and lemon, and something under that Jax couldn't put his thumb on. Lumen sat on the couch like she'd bought a train ticket, and it had delivered her here by law. The TV showed their own faces on a loop from phone captures, laggy, pixelated, already relics. On the table someone's water bottle had cracked and leaked itself over a scattered deck of tarot cards a makeup artist had used to flirt with a lighting tech hours earlier. The cards clung to the wood. In the small, bright puddle, the King of Wands' staff looked like it floated, and the bevel of the Queen's crown caught the cheap bulb's glare, and the world, because of course the world, sat face up and damp. Jax registered the coincidence and filed it with all the other tiny stage coincidences he'd learned not to feed. "Drink?" he asked. His voice scraped. He wanted the thread gone. "Water," Lumen said, and took the bottle without asking which one he meant. She rolled the cap between thumb and finger like a coin. "You were at the barricade," Jax said. "Dead center. You scare people there." "I wasn't scared," she said. "That scares them," he said. "I've seen you 4 times, Lumen said. "You are worse every time." He laughed. "Wow." "I mean," she said, unbothered by his laugh, "the part of you that's a person. The part that's the voice is an avalanche. The person is getting small to fit under it." He sat back as if she'd thrown a glass at him and not missed. "That's a read." "It's my hobby," she said. "Reading things until they bleed." She tugged the tarot out of the puddle and flipped a card up and then down without showing him. "You looked at me when you said it," she added, as if the card had agreed. "Say what?" He knew. He wanted it spoken again, more than he wanted it not spoken. "I'll give you the world," she said softly. Her voice made it devout. He let the silence after be messy. "That's not a contract," he said finally. "That's stagecraft." Lumen set the bottle down and watched the water slide back toward the lip. "Make it a contract," she said. Jax grinned. The grin had saved him from receipts, phone numbers, day jobs. He let it work. "What does the world cost these days?" he asked. "I'm on a payment plan." "I don't want your money," Lumen said, a little insulted. "I want what you asked for when you were 16 and you wrote it in that notebook you keep under your socks." Jax's grin slipped without anyone seeing, which was, "To matter so much the sky would remember your name," she said, like she'd been there. Something in his throat twinged. "You're a reader, all right. I can make it true," she said. "But a thing that big eats." He should have laughed then. Jax knew how to laugh, how to lie with kindness. He should have flicked his eyes to Lorna's reflection in the dark TV and said, "Get her a t-shirt and escort her to the street with grace." He should have done the thing he always did when life tried to be bigger than the stage, ducked it. He heard himself say, "Tell me how," and the thread behind his voice pulled tight. Lumen's smile made his skin heat like he'd been standing too close to a fog machine. "We make a promise," she said simply.
A vow.
"You give me the world. I give you the part of the world that will hold you even when sound stops." "That sounds," Jax said carefully, "like poetry." "It is," she said. "Poetry is binding. Why do you think people get it tattooed?" On the TV, a shaky clip of his face blew up, pixelated his mouth into blocks, turned his eyes into two live insects. In the clip, he leaned out over a field of hands and said, "Say you will," actually said it, he saw now, not the lyric, not "say my name." His brain couldn't edit it back. The crowd screamed like a sports arena at slow motion. In the shot, his throat looked bruised. "Okay," Jax said, not because he was brave, but because something in that bruise scared him into thinking movement might outrun it. "Let's make a promise." Lumen's eyes brightened at the edges. "Here," she said, and reached into her dress. He flinched and then felt stupid, because she wasn't reaching for anything but a chain. A thin one, tarnished, with a charm that could have been a locket or a coin. She clicked the charm open with a fingernail. Inside, instead of a photograph, was a circle of something dark, stone, veined like meat. She held it out. "Do I?" He reached and didn't, stopped shy of touch. "Breathe on it," she said. He laughed. "Like a breathalyzer?" "Like a person," she said. He did. The little dark circle fog, held the fog a hair too long, then released it. "Say it," Lumen said. He swallowed. His throat hurt in a way steam would not fix. "I'll give you the world," he said, and felt ridiculous and tender at once. "Promise," she said. "Promise," he said. She tilted the charm and tapped something inside with the edge of her nail, twice. It made a sound like a pin hitting a tablecloth, too loud in this small room. "There. Is that..." He didn't know the sentence's rest. "That's the part that matters," she said. "You'll start to feel it." "What am I supposed to?" "Show up," Lumen said and stood. She moved like someone who had paid for the night and got change.
Sing.
Take what they throw. Stop apologizing to yourself when you can't give it back. "I don't," he did. At the door, she glanced at the tarot again and touched the wet world with 2 fingers. When she lifted them, a smudge of water made a ring on her skin. She pressed it, quick, to his throat above his collarbone. It burned cold. He hissed. When he touched the spot, his fingers came away clean. "What?" he began. "It'll look like a bruise to everyone else," she said. "It'll look like a kiss to you." "That's creepy," he said, because comedy was the only instrument he trusted between waves. "It's practical," she said, and was gone. She moved through the crew, like she had laminate. Nobody stopped her. The hallway swallowed the dress. The door shut on air that had lost a pound. Lorna stepped in and caught the tail of the weird. "Everything okay?" she asked, which was Lorna for "Am I putting out a fire on my own grave?"
"Fan," Jax said.
"Intense." "I keep telling you to cut the after," Lorna said. "You cannot pour on fumes." She looked at him. "You're pale." "I'm always pale," he said. He smiled. It worked. Lorna filed a worry, but only at the back, where it would swell and feed later. Back at the hotel, floors up in a corridor that smelled like lemon and rich people, Jack stood under a shower that banged like piping in a crawlspace and try to decide if the spot on his throat was heat rash or delirium. He slept for 20 minutes and woke up with the taste of orange peels and the sentence "say you will" stuck to his teeth like a seed. At 3:17 a.m., a text popped. Unknown number.
No emoji. No puntuación. Paid.
He stared at it, waiting for the follow-up scam promise of a package he could track. Nothing came. He went to type "who is this," and the letters on his screen rearranged on their own into "who am I," and he shut the phone and put it face down, as if that changed the direction of the night. In the morning, the Teeth were news. Not the usual charts and late-night clip news. Not the slow churn of a band that had been on the same tour 10 months and had choreographed its outrage. The clip on the feed was shaky crowd video from the encore, the exact moment he leaned out over 30,000 hands and his mouth, blown up, said something it had no right to, and the caption said, "Did Jax Vale sell his soul on stage?" The thumbnail was his throat. The bruise had bloomed purple at the edge, like a thumbprint. "Drama," Lorna snorted, tossing a pastry back onto its white plate like a bad dare. "You sneezed. Someone called it a hurricane." But her eyes flicked to his neck and stayed a half-second too long. At lobby call, the crowd outside the hotel pulsed with a different temperature. Security flashed in the glass and moved the way football players move when they know the other team is going to throw cheap. Jax put his hoodie up. The first scream went up when he hit the revolving door. He had his stage grin on by the second revolution. They made 20 feet. The chant rose like mold. Not teeth. Not the hook to red weather. Not even the exhausted, hysterical "we love you" that had been paid for in spring. "Say you will," they sang. The words hit him soft and came back hard off the building. A girl grabbed his sleeve and yanked, hard enough to pop a stitch. "Say you will," she begged, tears glassing her under eyes. Her nails cut through cotton into skin with a clean sting. Security peeled her off like tape. Jax turned and smiled at her and said, "I already did," without meaning to. She made a sound like a cork in a throat and crumpled without falling. On the bus, Micah's knee jiggled like a prayer. That was weird. "It's a meme," Theo said, voice too placid. "We're meme-able. It's fine." Rena pulled her hood over her eyes and said, "When they all do the same thing, I look for the hand." "The what?" Jax asked. "The hand under the table," she said. "The thing making them do the same thing. It doesn't have to be bad. It usually is." Lorna watched Jax in the bus window. The reflection made his bruise a different color. "You're trending," she said, without glee, because glee was bad for electrolytes. "Theaters want to bump you to stadiums. There's talk about a world leg." Jax laughed. It came out with a catch. "You have to go to space to do a world tour," he said. "We're already there," Lorna said, and the bus lurched over a pothole that felt like a sentence period. At soundcheck in the next city, the Meridian became the helix, and the stage's guts were the same: black gridwork, cables like arteries, a carpet of duct tape and sins. The Teeth ran, high tide, half speed, then third rail with the lights up. Jax's throat did what he told it to, like a well-trained animal that had learned to like the whip. On the second verse of Third Rail, the power dipped. Everything went brown for a breath, then up. On Rena's count into the chorus, the backdrop screen flashed, just for a frame, the cover of their debut album. Teeth in a palm, then a globe, then a word in a font they'd never paid for. Paid. "Did you see that?" Micah asked, killing his tone to a whine. "LEDs glitch," a tech said, but he didn't sound married to it. "Run it again," Lorna told the booth, crisp. She scanned the empty seats as if the air could audition for honesty. They ran it again.
No bleach.
Just Jax's throat, tight, the bruise an ache with opinions. He shook his shoulders, jumped in place, laughed at himself out loud. The laugh echoed weird off the rafters, like someone else in the building had laughed with him and then decided not to be seen. At the meet and greet, a boy in a shirt with the Teeth's logo drawn by nervous hands asked Jax to sign his inner wrist. Jax uncapped the pen. The boy held out his arm, and where the vein ran under skin there was a line of ink that looked fresh, thin. It spelled will. "Cool," Jax said. "Commitment." The boy shook his head without moving it. I woke up with it, he whispered, reverent. After the show. Jax put the pen down. He signed the boy's elbow instead. The boy looked disappointed and grateful at once. On stage that night, the chant came earlier. It came like weather, and the teeth were under it. Say you will. The helix breathed. The lights brightened in the way a fever does just before it breaks and takes a piece of you with it. Good evening, Jax said into it, filleting charm with a knife inside. We came back. You came back. That's the deal. He didn't say I promise. Not out loud. He could feel the shape of the word in his mouth even when he kept it closed. The bruise on his throat felt like it had a pulse of its own, a double time under his. 3 songs in, Jax saw Lumen again. She wasn't at the barricade. She was in the upper bowl, 6 rows from the back, against the rail. She leaned on it like her spine was a string, and the railing was her 2 fingers on it. The distance made her face a geometry, not a person. Jax recognized her anyway. She reached up as if stretching, and the lights, so obedient to cue sheets you could die by them, caught on something hung from her fingers, something that flashed once like a tiny moon, a locket shape, or a coin. Sing, she mouthed.
He sang.
1 chorus, then 2. He met the crowd's hunger with his own, as he always did, as he'd been picked for. His chest felt like a room filling. The second verse of Red Weather landed in his body like somebody else had thrown it, and he had caught it out of reflex. He opened his mouth on the refrain and felt, not air, not the work of sound hitters and compressors and fans who know how to wear their lungs like a church. He felt something move from him into them without passing through anything Jax could control. He felt an agreement accrue interest. He felt the crowd take. They didn't mean to. They were hungry. He had promised to feed them. This is how geometry works. A line will run to its end unless a hand tips the table. He made it through the song. He made it through the set. He said goodnight and thank you and drive safe. And we love you like a man wrapping plates in newspaper. He got off stage and leaned his forehead against the nearest cool upright and finally coughed. It came up like a sting, not a rope. He spit into the towel and saw a red thread laid there, dark as pomegranate, thin as hair. Not blood, not phlegm, a line. Jesus, Theo said softly. Rena looked at the towel, and then at his throat. What did you promise? She asked, not unkind. Jax looked down at the towel. The thread lay there like punctuation at the end of a sentence he hadn't realized he'd reached. In the hall, a crew guy ran past with a cable like a dead snake. Somewhere in the bowl, a fan cried like she'd lost her other half. He threw the towel away. Back at the hotel, Lorna pulled up the next leg of the tour on her tablet in a way that made it feel like prayer. Her finger paused. That wasn't there yesterday. What? Micah asked. She turned the screen. The Teeth's World leg poster, mocked up in blues and whites and the cheap dignity of big font. 28 cities, a blur of flags. At the bottom, in a smaller block, new text. World, TBA. What does that even mean? Theo asked. World. It means someone in marketing has delusions, Lorna said, but her knuckles were white around the tablet, and for a second, the hotel room smelled like salt and orange peels and old wood, and Jax thought he heard a voice that wasn't Lumen's at all, soft and everywhere, asking a question it already knew the answer to. Promise. He went to the window and pressed his forehead to the cold. Down in the street, at 3 a.m, a half-dozen people were gathered on the sidewalk where their bus would leave in the morning.
No chanting.
No signs. They stood in a neat line and stared up at his floor like a sundial waits for light. As he watched, one of them lifted a hand. Not a wave, a palm-out gesture, solemn as an oath. The others copied it. Jax lifted his own hand without meaning to. They dropped theirs in unison and turned like gears and walked away. He touched his throat. The bruise pulsed. In the mirror by the minibar in the corner of his eye, for a slice of a second, the spot looked like a ring shaped like a mouth. He blinked. It was just his skin. His phone buzzed again on the nightstand. No number. No name. Say you will. He typed without breathing. I already did. The typing bubble answered immediately. It stopped. It started. It stopped again. Then,
Good.
Chapter 2, The Claws. Morning came on a gurney. No sirens, no bandage, just a rolling, fluorescent certainty being steered by someone else's hands. Jack sat up in it halfway through a radio hit and remembered to be charming. Last night was biblical, the host said, pushing up his ridiculous headphones as if they could receive the Holy Spirit. You felt that, right? I felt a lot of things, Jack said. The bruise at his throat throbbed in time with the on-air sign. He kept his lanyard against it like a priest hides a hickey with a collar. City sang like it had lungs. The host chuckled, clicked a fader. We gotta ask. The chant. What's Say You Will? New single. Crowd poetry, Jack said. He kept his voice in the pocket where lies sit up straight and get A's. They start it, we follow. When he stepped out into the hallway, Lorna was there with 2 coffees and 1 expression that could strip paint. Good morning. You can't say yes on live radio. I didn't. You said we follow. That's a consent word with Spanx on. He took the coffee. The heat felt like permission. They'll get bored in a week. No, Rena said, appearing like percussion, on time, impossible to ignore. They're being fed. By what? Micah asked. Algorithm? Girl with a red mouth. Hand under the table, Rena said and walked on. Back at the hotel, a package waited, too heavy for merch, too clean for fan mail. Lorna signed because Lorna signs everything between Jax and the world. Inside, a single black binder, the label logo embossed so deeply you could cut your finger on it. She flipped it open in the suite while the band pretended to eat. Contract addendum, she said, voice neutral, which was Lorna for I'm already on fire, and we will not discuss it until I'm done not screaming. They saw the numbers last night. They saw the numbers the night before. They saw a word trending. They want to move fast. On what? Theo asked, mouth full of righteous pastry. We're already on a treadmill. Does it go through walls now? World, TBA, Lorna read, tapping the mock-up page. A true world leg. Asia, South America, places that call us that band instead of our name. And she turned the page with 2 fingers like a surgeon. A clause. She slid the binder to Jax. The paragraph was small and glossy with law. It skated when he tried to hold it. He made himself red. Brand integration / chant clause. Artist agrees to affirm and amplify emergent audience chant where commercially and culturally advantageous, including but not limited to Say You Will, to maximize virality and fan engagement. Artists will incorporate said phrase in promotional assets / concert intros as directed by label / marketing partners. Consent to such usage is deemed granted upon artists on stage initiation of phrase in 2 or more U.S. markets. You are kidding, Micah said. A clause about a chant. Rena reached past Jax and thumped the paper. Consent deemed granted, she read. They're making a legal shape for a word. Lorna pinched the bridge of her nose. I'll get it struck. It's overreach. Or it's a mirror, Theo said quietly. Because we already did it. Jax stared at the phrase affirm and amplify until the letters crawled. In the corner of the page, a watermark swam up when the light caught it. The label globe, except the longitude lines were thread-like and red. Who leaked this to legal? Lorna asked the air. It hit my inbox at 3:17. Jax felt the time in his teeth. He set the binder down like it was a plate with grease you don't trust. We don't sign. We don't, Lorna agreed. But there's a meeting anyway. 4 o'clock. Devin from the label. Their new consultant. She glanced at Jax. And someone else on the invitation, I don't know yet. Say her name, Rena said. Lorna didn't. Don't bring your throat to this, she told Jax. Bring your spine. The afternoon crawled like recovery. Social coughed up new, feral things. Fans with wool inked on wrists, fresh, not studio polished. Phone video of last night's backdrop flicker, zoomed and parsed like a Zapruder frame. A girl filmed crying in a car, saying, he said it. He promised. It's for me. The comments were a soup of worship, and menace. Look at this. Evan texted from 3 floors down because he collected the internet so Jax wouldn't have to. He sent a link to a bootleg store that had spun up overnight. Sayul hoodies, immaculate. The size chart included a measurement that wasn't a measurement. Feel. Jack scrolled. At the bottom, in light gray, paid. He locked his phone and breathed like a runner on a line. The bruise beneath his thumb beat hello. At 3:57, Lorna led them into a conference room that had never done a dangerous thing in its life. Devon, label smile, label watch, stood to shake hands and radiate not a villain the way rich men do when they're about to ask for your blood and leave a mint on the tray. Family, he said. We're so proud. The culture's listening. You're in a moment. Let's not waste it. We burn, Rena said. We're trying not to be charcoal. Devon's laugh was a doll that repeats one phrase when you pull a string. We'll take care of you, he said, and blinked at Jax's neck like a man peeking into a window he didn't own. About the clause, Lorna began. We took out deemed granted, Devon said, soothing. Language was digressive. But we do want to meet the audience where they live. This chant, this pledge, is the market speaking in tongues. You give them a little, they give you the world. Who's we? Micah asked, eyeing the second chair at the end of the table. Devon's smile widened. Our consultant, he said. She has a feel for what's moving. Cultural weather. We brought her in after she'd predicted the last 2 weeks. He opened the door with an executive palm. Lumen walked in like someone had set her name behind a curtain, and she took that as a cue. Black suit this time. Red mouth the same outlaw. Her bob was sharper, or maybe the room was just obedient.
High band, she said.
She said it like high choir. Rena put both sticks on the table and looked at Lorna. Lorna's jaw did math and broke the pencil. We're done, Lorna said to Devon. Meeting's over. Why? Devon asked, faintly delighted by turbulence. Because you brought a fan to a contract negotiation, Lorna said. Not a fan, Lumen said, sitting. A party to a promise. Jax felt his spine forget what to be.
This is business, he said.
Whatever that was last night, whatever that is between you and me, that's not the same room.
They're the same room now, Lumen said.
Her eyes cut to the binder. Word is binding. You know this. Devon spread his hands like a magician revealing a coin he'd had the whole time. We think there's synergy here, he said. Lumen's a vibe whisperer. She's created chant activations for other artists. Which artists? Theo asked. They don't sign NDAs with God, Lumen said pleasantly. Anyway, easy fix. She slid the binder back. The clause had changed. The heading had been renamed Audience Covenant. Absolutely not, Lorna said, and looked at Jax sharp. Help me. Lumen cupped her chin in her hand and studied Jax like a sculptor deciding where to put the chisel. You asked for the world, she said low. You were 16. Your notebook paper smelled like laundry and fire. You wrote, I want it to be true even when I'm dead. Micah's chair scraped. How do you? Devon missed it. He was busy basking in the dollar amount the future produces. This is rocket fuel, he said. You get out of North America with a chant they'll print on their blood. Designer cult, Rena said.
They already have one, Lumen said.
I'm just giving it a porch light. Jax looked at the room and put his hands under the table because they were shaking and he didn't want anyone to write it down as fact. What is the cost? He asked Lumen, quiet enough that he could pretend he'd ask no one. You know, she said. It's measured in throat and time and other people's sleep. It's measured in yes. Is there a way to slow pay? He asked, half a joke, half a man in a bank. Depends, Lumen said, mouth crooked, on whether you go back on stage and say the words without meaning them. Jax tasted the metal of microphones when they shock you because a cable somewhere forgot it was rubber. I don't think I know how to be false on purpose. I know, she said, and something like compassion moved under the red. That's why I picked you. Lorna stood. The chair made a sound like a cymbal being strangled. Contract's a no, she said to Devon, to Lumen, to the air. We'll fill stadiums without you weaponizing a word. If you print this clause again, we'll leak it and watch you drown under your own PR. Devon tried to insert reasonable into a room that had decided it was a cathedral. Let's. No, Jack said, and felt surprised and relieved at the same time. He stood with Lorna. Rena stood because her legs were a rhythm that follows. Theo and Micah came up like they were on a spring. Lumen didn't move. You can say no to paper, she said, but you already signed what matters. What happened to consent? Lorna shot back. To not doing magic without a waiver. Lumen looked almost amused, and for the first time, tired. Consent is why I asked him in a room and not a dream, she said. He said yes with both hands. She glanced at Jax's throat. He's wearing it. They left without shaking hands. That felt like refusing to take a pill. In the hallway, Lorna hissed into the phone to their lawyer. Kill the clause. Use words like unconscionable and overreach and chant exploitation. I don't care if you have to invent a tort called gross vibe abuse. She hung up and set her shoulder to Jax's. You okay? Define, he said. Breathing, she said. For now. Rena fell into step. The hand is on the table, she said. At least we can see it. That night, the teeth had no show. That felt wrong in the bones. Bands don't know what to do with stillness. That's why they move constantly until their bodies make a racket when they try to lie down. Micah went hunting for tacos and meaning. Theo FaceTimed a woman who deserved better. Rena found a drum pad and counted heartbeats. Lorna rerouted trucks with the violence of a mother pushing a stroller through a crowd. Jax walked. Every city has a district where old money bought marquee bulbs and then forgot to replace them. He kept to the light and the trash bags steaming in doorways like hot, mean animals. A few fans clocked him and did the palm-out oath gesture like a prayer he wished he'd invented, and then retired. He turned down a side street and regretted it. Lumen waited under a dying neon martini glass. You work fast, he said, settling his back against a brick wall that was damp with somebody else's story. You text back fast, she said, showing him his own reply as if he might deny it. I already did. Good. You can't be the consultant, he said. That's a conflict. I'm the weather, she said. They hired me to tell them when to carry umbrellas. And you decided on a flood, he said. He surprised himself by sounding older than he was. I decided on a river, she said. You're the one who jumped. He let the truth pass through without wincing. What are you? She smiled. The part of the world that says yes when you ask it to keep you. That's a lot. It is, she said. Big things eat. Do they ever choke? He asked. She took a step closer. The neon made a red cut across her cheek. The rest of her was shadow and intention. I told you last night. I give you a world that holds. You give me the world. She reached slow, careful, like you touch a skittish animal. If you want to break it, you have to break the version of you that asked. That version is 16 and beautiful and stubborn and thinks sleep is for defectives. How do I break that? He said. Lose, she said gently. On purpose. In public. I don't know how, he said. He meant I don't know how to be that small again without dying. I know, she said again, and he hated her for it, and then didn't. Come upstairs, he said before he could decide to be wiser. If this is a myth, we might as well be messy and human inside it. Her grin was feral and tender. Finally, she said, a vow with bed sheets. He wasn't careful with the room. He never was. He didn't say anything ornate. He didn't ask for anything sacred. He didn't take a trophy. He let it be skin and breath and the sound your throat makes when the song isn't a song, and still it felt like paperwork. There was a moment afterward when Lumen pressed her mouth against the bruise at his throat, and he thought he heard the smallest click, like a pin sliding into a bad lock. Stop, he said, without meaning to. She lifted her head. Her eyes were clear, and something else. You can say that whenever you want, she said. It won't undo the yes. He slept like men do after a sprint they didn't train for. He dreamed he was on stage in a stadium with no roof, the sky leaning into here. The crowd didn't have faces, they had mouths. The mouths said say you will, and stop at the same time. When he woke, the room smelled like orange and hotel, and a trace of rain that had no business here. He turned. Lumen was gone. On the nightstand, Where the little notepad usually waited for guilty apologies to housekeeping, sat the locket. Open. The dark circle inside had a single hair-thin red thread across it, new since last night, like someone had drawn a horizon. His phone buzzed. Statement posted. He typed too fast. What statement? 3 dots. Then, first payment.
On time.
He flung the covers and got to the glass fast enough to fog it. Down on the sidewalk, at 6 in the nothing of morning, a small line had formed under the awning. No signs.
No chance.
Palms out, held up, facing the windows, solemn. One by one, they stepped forward, touched the air, whispered something he didn't hear, and moved aside. They were taking turns. They were paying something. He could feel it in the bruise, a coolness like debt relief. He hated it. He felt relief anyway. Rena texted, "My clique wants to sing. We don't let it. Rehearsal, 10. Micah texted,
Are we haunted by a marketing team?
Theo texted a picture of his bass strings. The E was frayed with a single red filament, thin as hair. This is new. Lorna texted a knife. Devin will push again. I'll be there with teeth. Drink water. Avoid gods. Jack stood there, hand on the glass, watching the small solemn line finish itself and disperse like well-trained weather. He held up his own palm and met it with his reflections. The bruise warmed under the heel of his hand and then cooled, as if an invisible thumb had pressed once, approving. Say you will, a voice said softly. He turned. Empty room. TV off. Mini bar humming like a bad hymn. Stop, he said, and the hum choked for half a beat and resumed. He laughed, ugly and human and alive, because if it listened even for a fraction, he could use that. He grabbed the locket, pocketed it, grabbed his hoodie, and headed for rehearsal like a man going to a knife class. On the bus, as they pulled from the curb, the GPS screen turned black and wrote 4 letters across itself in clean, luminous white. WORLD. Great, Theo muttered. We're navigating by prophecy now. Turn left, the unit said cheerfully, and then, in a voice that sounded like 100 people singing one note, say you will. Chapter 3. The Hand Under the Table. Rehearsal smelled like old rubber and coffee that never forgave you. The Teeth's room was a square of industrial carpet in a warehouse with better rumors than insulation. Graffiti climbed the wall behind the mirror like ivy that had learned new swear words. Jax walked in expecting drums, bass hum, a guitar line innocent as a skipping rope. What he got was time itself going wrong. Rena's click, her metronome, her god, sat in the air, clean and insistent. Talk, talk, talk at 92 BPM. Jax felt his ribs accept it like command. Then, in the space between the clicks, a ghost pulse slid in, not louder, just welcomed by the shape of the room. Talk, 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 / will. Rena killed the pad. The ghost kept going for 3 beats and stopped out of politeness. Okay, Micah said, setting his guitar down as if it might turn and bite. No, thank you. Rena put the pad back on and set it to a different tone.
Baby, baby, baby.
The ghost tried to find it and missed, came in late, sulking. Weird standing wave, Theo offered, as men with bases offer physics to keep from offering prayer. Crawl the walls, Rena said. Find where it lives. They crawled. Jax pressed his ear to cinderblock like a kid outside a confessional. The ghost pulse was strongest by the floor drain, which was insane. This wasn't a basement that held water. It was a room that held noise. Stop, Jax said to the drain, because foolishness was only foolish until it worked once. The pulse hiccuped, resented being told what to do, and vanished. The not silence after was like a curtain falling. Good boy, Rena said to the air and to Jax without looking. Keep that leash in your pocket. Lorna arrived with 6 phones in her hand and a stare that had kept men with yachts from eating her schedule in 2 bites. Devin tried again, she said, like a woman announcing weather while tying down lawn furniture. I told him to put his covenant where the sun can't live. Thank you, Mom, Micah chirped, and Lorna let him live because she had other fires. New venue security protocols, she went on, flicking a phone. Bag checks. Staff briefings. We're telling the building, if the crowd chants in unison, do nothing except make sure nobody's getting crushed. We want mass, not panic. We don't want mass, Rena said flatly. Mass is a kind of prayer. Lorna ignored that because ignoring it kept her from yelling. Also, the meet and greet is now wave and leave. No pens, no skin. Theo held up his hand. My string grew this, he said. The string wore a single filament of red, hair-thin, twined so precisely into the winding it looked factory-made. I swear it wasn't here last night. Rena plucked it. The note rang a fraction sharp and corrected itself, embarrassed. If it plays in tune, she said, I don't care if it bleeds. Jax pretended his throat didn't itch. He took the mic and ran the first verse of High Tide, then stopped. We're changing the bridge, he said, unasked. No space for the crowd. We plow through. Micah blinked. That's the most fun part. It's the part where the room becomes a mouth, Jax said. He met Micah's eyes. Please. Okay, Micah said, and meant it. They rehearsed like they could train a dog. The band tightened, boxed in all the places they usually let breathe, cut call-in responses, swapped a sing-along chorus for a riff that needed fingers instead of throats. It felt like building a fence in a storm. At 10 minutes to doors, the venue's in-house production guy poked his head in. He had a face like a door you trusted and eyes that had seen 8 broken noses in 30 years of work. Fans lining up doing the palm thing, he said. Not chanting. Holding quiet. Blocking the sidewalk. Lorna asked, already composing an email to a city. No, he said. Neat. Polite. Creepy. Copy, Lorna said. She looked at Jax. We cite fire code if we have to. We do not say stop in unison on a crowded floor. Noted, he said. Backstage, a tech threaded Jax's in-ears and taped the wire down with the gentleness of a tailor. The tape ran over the edge of the bruise. Even through the tape, he felt the cold press, like someone was holding a coin inside his skin. He pictured the locket in his pocket and thought of the hairline red across the stone. A horizon. You look like you're about to get married, Theo said, bumping his shoulder as they took their spots. Or shot. Both are vows, Jack said, and Theo snorted. House went black. Meridian became quantum became every room where strangers agree to pretend together. The rope of the crowd's sound pulled taut and then broke, spilling hot over the stage. Rena counted 4 without click. The band went in as one creature. First song, tight. Second, tighter. Third, the slot where he would usually leave a hole the size of a stadium for 30,000 to climb inside, Jack shoved through with consonants and let no oxygen turn into vowels. It worked for 8 bars. Then the audience built their own space because human bodies have been doing call and response since Rain learned rhythm. A wave of say you will rolled up from the floor like a low fog. Not tonight, Jax laughed. It came out like pleading. Lumen stood nowhere and everywhere. He saw her and didn't because naming a thing conjures it, and he didn't have the spare breath. The backdrop, solid red for the song, glitched a frame and flashed a globe, a thin white line tracing an orbit too fast and too clean to be an artist's mistake. The line dipped, hooked, drew 4 letters in the air as if a plane were riding with fuel. WORLD. Rena hit a flam on the snare like killing a snake. Eyes on me, she shouted into her mic, and the band anaconded to her beat. The crowd wavered, remembering to be bodies. Jax breathed without having to ask permission. He let relief be a drug and hated himself for the thing in him that enjoyed being saved. It didn't last. If a room has learned a word, it will find it on every tongue, mid-set between songs, when he should have been silent and drinking water and letting Lorna's hydration app be right. He heard a single voice, clear near the rail. The voice moved like light finds mirrors. It made itself 2, then 10, then enough. Promise, she said. He looked without meaning to look. The cut-mouth smile. The locket flashed like a fish in shallow water. Lumen lifted her hand, not the palm-out oath, but a tiny, almost private gesture, a 2-fingered come on. No, he said into his mic, and 30,000 people heard him say no and cheered because finally they had a word. The room flinched. The hum under the lights, the one you only notice when tinnitus leaves for a drink, hiccuped like someone had kicked the building's heart. "Keep going," Rena barked. He kept going. He sang around the hole in the song where "Say My Name" lived. It left a wound you could walk through. In his in-ears, for one bar, the click became something else, a whisper at the same tempo, deliciously on the grid, intimate as an ex-breathing promise into a phone. He ripped the buds out with one hand, and the world went raw and huge. And for a second, he was only a body in front of other bodies, like the first night they'd ever done this in a bar where the bartender counted heads to decide whether to feed them. "You with me?" he shouted without microphones. He meant hold me upright. The floor howled. He saw a girl's face near the rail go from rapture to fear and back in 1 second. He didn't know if the fear was because of him or because she had become the idea of a mouth. Halfway through Porcelain Sky, he coughed. Not in the break. Not on a backstage towel. He coughed on a consonant, and the word broke, and he knew before his body did that something was coming up. He turned his face to the floor, swallowed hard, swallowed harder. It came anyway, a red hairline thread, and he palmed it like a magician stealing a coin and shoved it into his pocket with the locket where it stuck, sticky as promise sap. A girl in the second row fainted. Security moved cleanly, the way you move when you've watched this happen 1,000 times to other people's dumb gods. They surfed her back like a sacrifice in reverse. Jack saw her eyes roll white and then find the ceiling. He felt the bruise cool. "Water," Lorna said in his ear from Monitor World, even though his ears were unplugged. Her voice made it into the muscle memory part of him that listens even without equipment. They hit the last chorus of High Tide with a violence that felt like choosing to be alive. The backdrop, sullen at being denied, threw a tantrum, a frame of paid, then a frame of a contract clause no one in the room should have been able to see, then a map that wasn't a map, just a blur of coasts and oceans, and a line moving too fast to be a tour. "Kill the screen," Lorna snapped. The screen obeyed like a dog. "Encores you can skip," a house voice announced cheerfully over the PA that had not been told to do that. Everyone laughed, and then didn't know why they'd laughed. The band left anyway, as if obeying a script written by someone else, which is how encores work. In the hallway, Jax leaned against a painted cinderblock pillar and really coughed. The thread he hadn't swallowed broke into 3. He wiped his mouth and checked his palms like a man who doesn't want to find teeth. Thin red lines glistened like the little veins in leaf stems. "Gross," Micah said softly, sympathetic. Theo handed Jax a bottle. "That girl," he said, "the one who went down." She woke up smiling. "Don't tell me that," Jax said. Rena appeared in the doorway, eyes black with the kind of focus that forgives nothing. "We can't do this if the room's taking blood," she said. "Your body is a drum. You put a hole in the skin, the tone's wrong." "I know," he said, because he finally did. He felt the wrongness like a tide change. Lorna burst in with a look that had gotten her kicked out of nicer rooms. Devin just sent a revised clause again because he's either stupid or believes in curses. Also, she put her phone on speaker. "Listen." From the tiny speaker came crowd noise from outside, the sidewalk feed of someone's live. There was no chant. There was order. A line neat, patient. People stepping forward one by one, pressing their palms to the glass of the venue's front doors, whispering something Jax's phone didn't catch. "What are they saying?" Micah asked. Lorna swallowed. "Asked one," she said, like a confession. She said, "He said he'd give me the world. I'm paying my part. It's not all on him then," Theo said, as if that were a mercy. "It's worse," Rena replied. "It means we're a church. Churches don't cancel when the priest coughs." Jax put his hand to his throat and felt the bruise warm, as if a coin inside had been rubbed. "If I stop," he said, "does it stop?" Lorna didn't answer right away. She was looking at his pocket where the locket shape printed faintly against denim. "It changes shape," she said. "Stopping is a verb, not a noun." They did the encore. It felt like trying to walk a dog past a stake. Jax didn't offer the mic to the crowd once.
He didn't say.
He didn't say promise. He said good night like a lie that wants to learn to be true. Backstage, as body adrenaline ticked down, Lumen was waiting.
No la minate.
No security escort. She had a glass of water in one hand and a label smile that moved better than Devon's because it had practiced on people who didn't have to be there. The bruise at Jax's throat cooled as if it recognized her. He hated the relief. "Hello, band," she said, and this time it sounded like congregation and also like dinner. Lorna planted herself between them like a rule written in steel.
"Get out," she said.
Lumen looked at her with something that might have been fondness if it had been possible for wolves to be fond of fences. "You're very good at your job," she said. "You're keeping them alive between mouthfuls. Is there a way this ends without any of us being food?" Rena asked, sticks stuck into her back pocket like teeth. "There's a way it ends with most of you," Lumen said, not unkind. "That's success in the systems you signed into." "Stop," Jax said, and the word came out tired and warmed the bruise anyway. Lumen's smile thinned. "That only works for little things," she said. "If you want it to work for big things, you have to teach a crowd to say it with you." "Crowds don't like negations," Micah said, because he noticed dumb patterns for a living. "They like names." "Make stop a name," Lumen said. "Brand it. Sell it back to them. Put it on a shirt. The world loves refusal packaged as desire."
"Hard pass," Lorna said.
"Hard pass is a brand too," Lumen said, shrugging. She reached into her pocket and took out the locket Jax had pocketed and sworn he hadn't lost. He patted himself down. His pocket was empty. He had no idea when she'd taken it from him. The room titled a degree and an apology. "Time for the clause you care about," Lumen said, ignoring Devon's paper like a napkin. She clicked the locket open. The dark circle inside had 2 red hairs across it now, crossed like an X or a kiss. "If you want to keep touring without bleeding out in front of them, make a counterpromise. On stage.
Something that is not give.
Something that takes." Jax laughed because laugh or scream were the options, and he didn't have the breath.
"What?"
"I take you with me? That's kidnapping." "The other way," she said gently. "Tell them to hold you. Ask for it. Make me the sacrament, not gift." Theo made a face. "This is gross."
"This is honest," Lumen said.
"You need them. They need you. If you don't ask, you'll keep giving until the math kills you. If you ask, you build a bridge that isn't a vein." Rena folded her arms. "If we ask and they say yes, what eats?"
"Time," Lumen said.
"Not blood." Lorna snorted. "Time eats everything." "Better than you," Lumen said, and that landed so cleanly Jax flinched. He took the locket back, because even a bad charm feels like armor when the room is this cold. Inside, the 2 red threads made a crosshair over nothing. He breathed on it. The fog held a second longer than it had this morning. "Say you will," Lumen murmured, not teasing. "Or teach them stop. Either way, you have to choose a word and make it bigger than mine." She left as security arrived, which felt like magic and probably was just social engineering. The guard looked embarrassed to be late to a fight that hadn't happened. They sat in a circle on the floor, because chairs make cowards of everyone. The carpet smelled like spilled beer from 10 shows ago, and the ghost of a cleaner who had learned to take her time. Jax put the locket on the floor between them like a little moon. "Okay," Lorna said. "We hard rule a few things. No call and response.
No bows.
If the crowd chants, we don't amplify. If the screen glitches, we kill it. We train the crew. If anyone faints, they go back and get water. No carrying forward. We treat the front rail like an altar, and nobody gets sacrificed on it for an Instagram. We. Pick a word," Rena said, eyes on the locket.
"Ours."
"We can't leave the table empty. The hand wants to play."
"Tao sai."
"If she's right. And we have to ask. What's the least stupid ask?" Micah fiddled with a pick until it snapped. "Not love. They already think that's what this is." "Not believe," Rena said. "That's a church word. Throat poison." "Hold," Jax said, before he could weigh it. The word dropped into the room and made a noise like a coin on wood. He felt it in his ribs. Ask them to hold. Lorna made a face like she'd tasted a lemon with a secret. It's not bad, she admitted. It's actionable. It's an instruction that's not a command. It keeps the verb on them. Rena nodded once. A drummer's verb, she said. I can live with it. Theo looked at Jax. Can you say it without bleeding? I can try, Jax said. He knew the truth. Trying was the only currency left to them that wasn't counterfeit. On the way out, the venue ops guy stopped them and held up a lost and found bag. We pulled this from the pit, he said. Figured it was yours. He handed it to Jax. Inside, 100 paper wristbands, the cheap kind you tear at county fairs. On each one, in neat, smeared sharpet, a single word, Will. At the bottom of the bag, one band in a different hand, smaller, careful. Stop. Jax pocketed that one and looped it around his wrist. It stuck, warm and dumb, like a child's logic. He liked it anyway. In the bus, passing through the stitched-up darkness of a city pretending to sleep, the GPS brightened and wrote across itself again, patient as a schoolteacher who knows you haven't done your homework. WORLD. Then, as if conceding the floor, it blinked and wrote a second word beneath, smaller, an option in a menu no one had asked for. HOLD. Jax laughed, involuntary, the sound of a man catching a glass before it breaks. Rena's stick clicked twice against the armrest in approval. Theo let out a long breath like a note. Micah put his forehead against the window and drew a heart on the fog and wiped it away before it could be a promise. Lorna texted the crew channel a new sheet of rules with hold written at the top, and this is not a prayer underlined twice. Then she put her phone face down and looked at Jax. Tomorrow, she said. We test the word. He touched the paper band on his wrist. He touched the bruise at his throat. He closed his eyes and tried to remember being 16 and writing a sentence that had set a fuse. He could hear the room they hadn't walked into yet. Hungry, generous, a weather system waiting for someone to name the wind. Hold, he whispered into the dark bus, to the seats, to the city, to the thing that had learned his mouth. Hold us, and we'll hold you. From the overhead, where the cheap speakers always buzzed at a bad frequency when the bus hit a pothole, a soft chorus answered, not words, only breath moving in unison for the length of a bar. The bus felt, absurdly briefly, steady. Behind them, in a venue they had emptied of bodies but not of intention, the big screen woke itself and displayed, for no one, the image of a globe. A red filament traced its equator twice and crossed, making a scar. Then the screen went dark, as if it had been told a polite, enforceable stop. Chapter 4, Hold Pattern. The next city was a hockey arena with a history of bad decisions. The loading docks smelled like wet rubber and fryer oil. The hallways were beige the way hospitals are beige, when no one wants to be blamed. The Teeth rolled in early. Lorna rolled in earlier. She taped a sheet to the backstage callboard with a strip of gaffer and a threat. At the top, in fat marker, Hold Protocol. Under it, bullet points that read like a cross between a pit safety lecture and a spell. We do not say promise. We do not say will. If the chant starts, we do not amplify. On Jax's cue, house lights up to 20%. Security, palms out, hold gesture.
Med Teams staged at rails 1 og 3.
Bottled water staged every 10 feet. If anyone goes down back, not forward. Crew, kill screen on text glitch. Venue, kill PA if the PA starts talking. Word of the night is hold. This is not a prayer. Rena added a line under that just for the band. Listen to the click. If it whispers, we ghost it. Micah leaned into Jax. You're sure you can lead them into that without it becoming church? Church is choreography, Jax said. We're teaching a stretch. He was steady until sound check. He walked out to an empty bowl and the bruise cooled, as if the room were clean and uninterested. They ran the set with a new fence. No big holes for singbacks, no vowel-shaped silence, and it felt like trying to dance in a jacket one size too small. He could breathe. The jacket would protect him. He hated the jacket. Doors at 7. By 6:30, the line had developed that terrible patience again. Palms up,
palms to glass.
Whisper, press, step aside. They weren't filming it. They weren't tagging the band. They were feeding something that didn't need credit. City told us they've never seen a crowd this polite. The ops guy said, spooked. I would like them to be slightly worse. They will be, Rena said, when we start lying to them for their own good. Jax warmed up in the warm-up room with a straw and a jar of water because science asks so little and gives so much. He hummed through the straw and pictured the word hold the way he'd learned to picture a note. Shape in the chest, not the throat. A hand under the ribcage keeping the ceiling up. 2 minutes, Lorna said, headset tight. Her clipboard had grown talons. Remember, you lead, not deliver. The house went out. The bowl sucked in breath like a lung. Rena counted them in. 3 songs clean. The jacket worked. He found a way to sell power without offering it as blood. On the 4th, where he usually made them a loop that ate its tail, he raised his hand before the chorus, and the band killed the downbeat on a dime. It made the whole place stumble in time. Try something with me, Jax said.
No joke, no charm.
His normal stage voice was a knife dulled on purpose. This one had edge. On 3, you breathe in. You hold it for 4. You hold each other with your hands and your feet. You hold. He lifted his palm, open, the way they did outside under glass. Ready. A ripple of laughter. The nervous animal between shame and willingness. Lorna brought the house to 20%. Security on the rails mirrored him. Palms out. The universal sign for wait. Med staff leaned in. The red bruise under his collarbone buzzed. Not with heat. More like a mosquito near a vein. 1, Jax said, and the place exhaled. 2. He saw, in the corner of his eye, a flash of something like a coin in the upper bowl. Don't look for her, he told himself.
3. In.
30,000 bodies filled. The sound was absurd. The rush of intake. Audible, like surf pulled back. The room lifted everything that wasn't nailed down. Confetti, scent, the idea of panic. Jax raised his other hand and beat time with 2 fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. The bowl didn't go silent. Sound never stops.
It changed.
People gripped the rail. A girl in a silver jacket squeezed her boyfriend's hand so hard his knuckles went new. The hum under the lights hiccuped and then settled, resentful and obedient. A note, low and human, rose like steam. No pitch, no key, just the pressure of not breathing. Rena counted in her head, stick tapping the hi-hat just enough for the band to have something to pray to. Theo's bass hand hovered. Micah's fingers flexed. Lorna watched the front of house clock and the front row. Her mouth moved. 1001, 1002. Release, Jack said. 30,000 lungs let go. The exhale hit like wind. Warm, bewildered, giddy. Cheers broke out the way they do after roller coasters that didn't kill you. He laughed without meaning to. Relief is a drug, and he let himself use. Again, he said, and now they wanted it. He made them do it faster and shorter, then longer just once. On the long one, at 3.5, someone choked a giggle into a sob and it infected 12 strangers. On 4, someone fainted anyway and got carried back like a blessing. At 4.5, something in the building clicked. An HVAC relay, a spirit, a clause, and the house lights hiccuped as if a hand had brushed the dimmer. Good. Jack said into it, not to the crowd exactly, not to the thing exactly. That's the word. Hold went up on the screen in huge sans serif letters, ugly and honest. The font made it look like instructions from an airplane safety card. He took the band straight into the chorus. It felt less like dodging a bullet and more like storing it. Halfway through the set, Lumen appeared. Not at the rail this time. At the lip of the mixing platform, inside FOH, which meant someone had either bribed a guard or learned to be a key. She didn't smile. She lifted her palm toward the stage, open, as if to say, show me. Jax showed her. He did the bridge of third rail, with no hole for a crowd, no vow, nothing to feed on. He felt a tug in his collarbone, the coin turning over like a tide, but no line rose to his mouth. His pocket where the locket wasn't felt heavier, then lighter, as if an invisible hand were checking its contents and finding them acceptable. After the last chorus, out of reflex, he glanced at the friend's bench, a line of kids sitting, hands on knees, eyes too big, and saw a boy, 12 maybe, gripping the seat so tight the plastic bent. His lips were blue. His chest didn't move. The kid had held when Jack said hold and hadn't let go. Med, Jack barked into the mic, pointing. The crowd parted with a politeness that would have made God downgrade humans from problem to project. Med got to the boy in 17 seconds. 17 seconds is a century when you've screwed up. Release, Jack said into the mic on autopilot. He put the word where the boy could hear it if the boy could hear anything at all.
Breathe.
Stop. The boy gasped like a sucked-back wave. The sound hit Jax's ears and turned into something that bounced off the bruise. Cool. Sharp as mint. The kid's mother started crying and laughing, the horrible unison everyone who has ever loved a child knows. Jax kept singing because the alternative was taking a knee and yelling at himself into the floor. Backstage between songs, Lorna grabbed his face with both hands, headset skewed. "You did good," she said. "Do not write a story where you murdered a child with yoga." "I taught them to hold," he said. "I have to teach them to stop." He felt stupid, then less stupid when he heard how the word behaved in the air. Stop landed and stuck. Promise slid and cut. "Then teach it," Rena said, wiping her stick on her jeans, blacking the grip. They made hold and stop part of the show. Not many times. Just enough. House to 20. Palms up.
Count. Release.
"If your friend is dumb and keeps holding, slap them," Jack said, and the laugh sounded relieved and mean. They finished on high tide and didn't go for an encore. The PA tried to say one more, and the house voice, embarrassed, shut itself up. Backstage, the room rippled like heat. Crew exhaled. Security dropped shoulders. The med team logged 2 faints, 1 panic attack turned into laughter, 0 broken ribs. Lorna hugged the ops guy like you hug someone you don't know you just survived with. Theo high-fived Rena and said, all the drummer's verbs were true. Micah put his forehead against a cinder block and prayed to electricity. Jax went into the warm-up room and coughed into a towel. 1 red hair.
Thin.
He could live with 1 hair. He sat on the edge of a chair and shoved his fingers into his hair and breathed slow like a monk who is committed to not being the kind of monk that dies on purpose. The clock on the wall read 10:48. "Good time," Lorna said in the doorway. She checked her tablet. "Out by curfew. Bless."
He frowned.
"We went long." She showed him the log. Downbeat 8:02. Off 10:14. He stared at the towel in his hands and then at the wall clock. 10:48. His phone. 10:48. The FOH log. 10:14. Rena walked in, checked her watch, then the wall. "No," she said.
No.
"Time is a click." Who moved the click? Theo held his bass like it remembered a different set. Did anyone else feel the bridge on red weather go stretchy? Micah, rubbing his forearm where a goose flesh had settled like a small, scared animal, nodded. Like we were playing inside a rubber band. "Big things eat," Lumen said from the corner where no door was. She leaned against a flight case and looked pleased like a teacher with a star chart. "You fed time, not blood. Smart." Lorna's headset fell to her neck. "You cannot keep walking through walls," she said, to Lumen, to the idea of Lumen. "Watch me," Lumen said, which was honest. "What's the cost?" Jax asked. His voice was steady. It felt good to ask it steady. "Minutes," Lumen said. "You'll lose them between songs, in dressing rooms, on buses, between cities. Sometimes they'll come back, thin as interest. Mostly they won't. You'll be fine," she added, almost tender. "People with full lives don't notice. You'll get to be surprised by sunsets." "Did we take minutes from them?" Theo asked, nodding toward the stage door where the noise of teardown was a familiar, friendly monster. "No," Lumen said. "They paid. You matched. That's the cleanest it gets." Jax looked at the towel, at his hands, at the bruise. "And if we keep doing it, you tour forever in a year," Lumen said. "You wake up on a Tuesday and you're 40. but your throat works. Hard pass, Lorna said, automatic, protective. We are not paying a life in pennies because a room learned a word. That's one rule, Lumen said. Do you have others? She looked at Rena. You always do. Rena's eyes went to the locket Jax hadn't realized was back in his pocket until she looked there. He touched it through denim.
Warm.
The crosshair of red lines behind his ribs did not hurt. It was a mark on a map. 2 holds per show, Rena said. Never longer than 4. No holds in the last 20 minutes. We do not teach children to hold. If the PA speaks, we pull a plug. Add 1, Lorna said. Devin doesn't get to write clauses about breath. They already printed shirts, Lumen said, too happy. Hold/say you will on a split T. They think they're edgy. Vomit, Micah said. You stop, Lumen suggested. You think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Teach them refusal. My word will live in their mouths anyway.
Put yours next to it.
Make them rhyme. Why help us? Jax asked. Isn't this the part where you rub your hands and tell me I have to keep paying because the receipts don't add up? She smiled like a thing with good teeth. Because this is more interesting, she said simply. Because most men take until they fall down. Watching one try to learn to ask is new. The bus driver stuck his head in. We're wheels up in 10, he said. Hotel says it's 11 already, but the lot says it's 10:30. I'm driving in whichever time pays overtime. Drive in stop time, Rena said. Always safe. He blinked.
Sure.
They filed out. The hallway smelled like lemon and victory and the underside of a new bruise. Fans waited at the barricades outside the dock. Palms up, quiet. Jax lifted his own hand, and they didn't surge, they held. He saw the 12-year-old from the friend's bench on his feet, breathing, a paper cup of water in his hand, a mother whose heart wouldn't be right ever again but would keep going anyway. He wanted to kneel and apologize to her for every stage he'd ever stood on. He settled for looking at her and saying, You okay? Like an idiot. She nodded, cried, laughed. He likes when you sing the slow one, she said, and Jax understood. They would keep coming. He had to get good at the part where he didn't turn that into a toll. On the bus, the GPS did its party trick.
VRLD flattered up.
Then, as if the unit had learned manners, HOLD appeared beneath. A third word blinked, tentative, shy. STOP. The letters looked smaller. It made him love them. He slept hard and shallow and woke with a sentence in his teeth. We are teaching a crowd to put down a glass. In his dream, someone had handed him a full one, and the floor had tilted. At brunch, which happened at 3 p.m., because time was now a livestock animal they were walking behind with a shovel, Lorna spread a printout of press hits like tarot. Starling Teeth teaches mass meditation. Is hold the new hey-ho? Op-ed. What do we owe our idols when they ask us to breathe? The labels were courteous. The headlines were knives that had decided being knives was in fashion. Devin called. Lorna answered and kept her voice still. We're not signing the covenant, she said. We'll license you hold for a shirt if your designers stop committing typography crimes. The chant clause never happens. Devin practiced slid into the kind of tone you use with toddlers and mayors. We can do a soft carve-out, he said. But the world thing is a rocket. Let me move you up. We can. You can stop saying world like a coupon, Lorna said. We'll call you. She hung up, breathed through her nose, looked at Jax. You're going to the hospital after sound check, she announced. We scan the throat. We rule out anything that isn't poetry. I'm fine, he said, automatic. You are mine, she said, automatic then softened. For my purposes, which include not letting you age 20 years on a bus between Tulsa and God. He nodded, because saying yes to Lorna saved your life as often as it cramped your style. In the afternoon, they did press in a concrete room with a ficus that had decided to learn stoicism. A kid reporter with a notebook shook. I want to thank you, she said, brave, embarrassed by her own voice. Your music when I was 12. We'll always take a thank you, Jack said, because that's the currency you let people spend without receipt. He touched his wristband. Stop. and the bruise cooled like shade. On the way out, in a corridor that believed in mops, a girl stepped out of a service door and stood where a security guard couldn't get to her without tripping. Lumen?
No.
Blonde hair, freckles, a band tee so old it could be classed as heritage. She lifted her palm, trembling, and said, "Say you." Jax lifted his own palm and said, "Quiet and immediate, stop." She blinked, like coming out of a story, and smiled with all the loneliness in the world and none of the hunger. "Okay," she said, like, "thank you," and stepped back into her life. By showtime, the word had traveled. You could feel it in the way floor security breathed, a rhythm that wasn't panic. The holds worked, the stops worked better. Halfway through the set, the PA crackled and coughed up a sentence it had no right to know. "Hold your names." The house giggled, unsettled. Jax let the laughter be oxygen. The screen didn't glitch once. Someone had found the plug and made it fear their touch. Time still slurred. Off at 10:10 by the log. Off at 10:36 by 3 separate watches. After, back in the warm-up room, the wall clock spun once, hiccuped, then landed on 10:10 like it had been told a bedtime story. Lumen didn't appear. That felt worse than when she did. On the bus, Rena rolled her stick between her fingers, thoughtful. "We made a bridge tonight," she said. "It held. It wasn't a vein." "Bridges fall," Theo said, doom out of habit. "Everything falls," Rena said. "We picked the timing." Jax stared at the locket in his palm. The dark circle inside had those 2 red strands crossed. If he tilted it, he could see a third, faint, as if drawn with water that would turn wine if you weren't paying attention. He breathed on it. The fog held for a count of 2, and then let go. He closed it and tucked it away. He pressed his hand to the bruise until he felt warmth meet warmth. He knew 2 things he hadn't when he woke. Hold worked. Stop stuck. And WORLD was still writing itself across anything with a screen that would let it. Outside, at 2 in the morning, a small line formed under the hotel awning.
Palms to glass.
Whisper. Step aside. It would be there when they woke up, and it would be there if they didn't. Tomorrow, Lorna said to no one, to sleep, to the devil in the building that insisted on being paid. We add a rule. She wrote it in her notes app and on a napkin and on the back of her hand, because some rules need ink, paper, and blood to be real. We do not tour forever in a year. Chapter 5, Diagnostics. Hospitals have their own click, not the metronome of a drummer or the throb of a crowd. A bureaucrat's tick that counts liability. The imaging wing smelled like plastic that had learned grief. A sign told you how not to die, by magnet. A TV told a waiting room how to be brave about weather. Jax Vale, the tech said, doing her best to not be impressed at being paid in gossip. Throat, Lorna said, as if body parts could be labeled like freight. Scope, scan, whatever you've got that isn't a witch test. The tech smiled. No pointy hats today. They slid him into a cylinder that spoke in knocks. He kept his breath even and thought hold on the inhale and stop on the card the nurse had put in his hand. The bruise ticked under the coil of his collarbone, a quarter note late. Through the window, the radiologist leaned to the glass with that tilted curiosity smart people don't bother hiding. He lifted a mic. You swallowed any coins recently? No, Jack said. Promises. The speaker crackled with a laugh that wasn't laughter. Hold still, the radiologist said. The machine thumped. On the screen, the cross-section of his neck bloomed in gray slices. Muscle, bone, artery. The dark river where singing is a profession and a superstition. The bruise showed up as a haloed smear. The radiologist said to himself, and the tech, and whatever myth sits on imaging machines and counts. What's mean? Lorna said into the intercom, razor smooth. It means I've never seen this shape, the radiologist said. But that's because you're not supposed to, because shapes don't matter to bleeding.
Look.
He tapped the glass with a pencil, a boy with a bug on a slide. The bruise, on the scan, a collection of denser points, organized as they watched, aligning, tidying, like filings under a hidden magnet. Jack swallowed. The shape settled into a near circle. Not perfect. A mouth's shape perfected by drafts. Artifact, the text said quickly, like a prayer, and the machine, insulted, hummed harder, and the pixels jittered back into noise.
Scope next.
A camera in a hose. A spray of numbing that tasted like a mint dying. The Yenti moved the light like a cautious spelunker. Vocal cords, pale lips in a secret mouth, moved as told.
No lichens. No nodules. No polyp.
Perfect athlete's tissue. Your instrument is fine, the Yenti said, as if telling a violin it had behaved in the face of weather. He touched the spot above Jax's collarbone with a finger wrapped in a glove that smelled like advice. This is nothing medically actionable. Define nothing, Lorna said. A bruise, the Yenti said. A pattern. You're hydrated. Your folds close completely. You can do this forever. Don't say that, Jack said. The Yenti smiled, oblivious. Singer's superstition, he said, and took his little light out of Jax's throat like removing a story he'd been telling himself. Take 2 days in silence if you can. Steam. Sleep. Don't make any oaths. Doctor's orders, Lorna said, standing like a lawyer. Perfect. They walked out under TVs tuned to a channel where disasters come with chroma key maps. The crawl at the bottom said something about a storm in a country Jax had promised, in a general way, to visit someday. In the reflection of the sliding doors, the bruise looked purple and righteous. On the sidewalk, a small line had formed under the hospital awning. Palms up. Whisper. Step aside. No, Lorna said, abrupt, and walked straight into the line, through it, like a woman at a farmer's market who has learned the exact geometry of not bumping produce, and planted herself at its head. We don't do this here, she told the first girl, a teenager holding her breath like a trick. I'm not mad. I'm just telling you how to be human. The girl, startled back into being someone's kid, lowered her hand. I know what you thought, Lorna said, not unkind. You can think it at the venue. At a hospital, we don't make deals with invisible things. We let the visible ones do their jobs. A nurse at the curb, tired, excellent, caught Lorna's eye. Respect passed between professionals like a clean instrument. The line scattered, relieved. Half of them cried with the polite embarrassment of people finding out their religion has zoning laws. Back at the arena, the label had sent a trunk the size of a coffin. Lorna had it opened with the air of a woman measuring a thread. Inside, shirts, crisp and folded like apologies. The design was exactly what Lumen had warned them it would be. Split T. Hold on one side. Stacked austere. Say you will on the other, looping script. In the seam where the halves met, a faint watermark globe. Longitude lines done as hair-thin red. Return a sender, Lorna said, with a note that says, you can't print covenants. The merch manager, who had seen 100 bands sell their souls as keychains, ran a thumb along the stack. You know they'll go bootleg, he said. If we don't sell it, someone with a heat press will. Kids on TikTok are printing stop with hot glue and glitter. Good, Rena said. Let them. The uglier the better. Beauty is a gateway drug. Devin called. Lorna hit speaker and smiled with her teeth shut. We're at a hospital, she said before he could start the patter. So you can be concise. New data, Devin said, rhythmic with coffee. We're seeing anecdotal reports of lowered incident rates at your shows.
Fever McCulls.
A therapist wrote a thread about breath work. An ER nurse posted a picture of the phrase hold your names taped above their trauma bay like a charm. You're doing public health out there. We're doing harm reduction, Lorna said. For harm you keep trying to brand. Semantics, Devin said, delighted that words were tools that kept making more tools. Also, we booked you a late-night show. 3 songs.
Live. Network. It's the slot.
No vows, Lorna said.
No chance.
Our word only. Of course, Devin said, and you could hear him grin at a future sponsor. We'll light hold on the back of the theater like a bat signal. The late-night stage felt like a toy after the arenas. The band could see faces. The faces were professionals at pretending to be a crowd. Jax, standing in the bullet of camera lens, felt safer and more afraid. He hadn't slept. Time, offended at being counted, had skipped like a scratched CD. 2:07 became 2:19 in his hotel bathroom. Soundcheck arrived 5 minutes early, and then again, like deja vu calling from the lobby. Rena tapped her metronome against the dressing room table, and it lied once, just to remind them that clicks are a social contract. The host oozed grin. "We have Starling Teeth in the house," he yelled to the 300 people engineers had trained to behave like 30,000. "They've brought us something special. A little bit of breath." "Hate it," Rena muttered behind her kit. Lorna put a hand on her shoulder. "Play, and we'll be done." 3 minutes, a stage manager mouthed. Jax felt the bruise warm under the bullet of show. He made the ask in a voice that remembered sleep. "Do this with me once," he said into the camera, into the country.
In.
Hold. Release. House lights up, palms out, camera swung. A sound guy's eyebrows lifted, confused and obedient. 300 lungs did what told. The cameras drank it. At home, 1 million people tried it on. In a bar, 2 men rolled their eyes and did it anyway and felt better and didn't know why and told no one. Somewhere, a child held too long. A mother put her hand on the chest and said, "Stop," and the child laughed. Somewhere else, a kid whispered "say you will" to a phone, and the phone wrote "hold," and the kid cried from a place that had needed refusing for a long time. They played the slow one. The host shook Jax's hand like a man on a roof shakes a ladder. In the wings, Lumen clapped once, just a clap, and the sound landed where applause goes to breed new kinds of need. Back in the bus, the GPS had learned a new trick. The menu of words blinked up, not from the unit, but from every screen. The dash, the plugged-in phone, the automated venue tablet Lorna had forgotten to turn off. WORLD at the top, arrogant.
HOL débéniat, practical.
STOP at the bottom, brave. A fourth line flickered, then steadied, thin as breath. NAMES. "What's that?" Micah asked. "We adding to the set list." Rena rubbed her thumb over a nick in her stick, as if worrying it would turn it into a door. "Crowds lose them," she said. "At shows. At churches. In wars." "Hold your names," Theo murmured, like tasting a spice. Lorna wrote it under the title in the protocol board and put 4 underlines, which for her was tears. "We hold our names. We do not let them onto merch." They tried the phrase at soundcheck, small, just between them without a mic. It did a thing in the room Jax hated and loved. Made the air shy. Made it private. Made it theirs for a second longer than usual. Timelines bent. They arrived at a venue at 6, did a line check at 3, answered an interviewer at 9 who thanked them for being timely at 4. Lorna packed chunks of missing into calendar boxes and wrote stolen in the squares like a woman tracking a thief in her house. Rena's click kept honest as long as she hit it with a stick every hour. Theo's E-string surrendered. The red filament inlaid itself cleanly along 3 inches, and when he plucked it, the note rang true and made something in the rafters purr. Micah found himself on a sidewalk smoking a cigarette. He doesn't smoke because in the missing 30 minutes, his body had apparently decided to be 20 again and hate itself. They survived 2 shows on rules, which is how humans do anything noble. Lumen didn't appear, which made Jax flinch at nothing, which is how hauntings work. Then, on the 3rd night, another problem arrived, older than gods, new to them. Weather. An outdoor festival. Fields. Flags. The kind of sky that looks promising until it remembers the ocean it used to be. The teeth were slotted at sunset. They could have asked for a tent, they didn't. Bands of pride where umbrellas would live. At 3, the festival's radio chattered about a cell moving fast. At 4, a lightning hold shut down the second stage. At 5, someone on the main stage did the palm-out hold at a gray wall, and the wall obliged by waiting until merch tents were a safer distance from oxygen. At 6, Lorna found a weather app that said no and another that said you're fine, and held them together like 2 kindergartners fighting over a toy. 10 minutes, the festival rep said. "We can cut your set and you beat it." "Hold," Rena said, looking at the line of cloud like a drummer negotiates with a drunk. We'll make it quick. Jax warmed up by breathing into the straw and not looking at the sky. He touched the locket.
Warm.
The crosshairs were faint now, or he was dreaming them. No vows, he told himself. No world. We teach them stop if it tries to eat. He walked out as the first cold wind spread fingers across backs of necks. 30,000 people on grass lifted their faces in the way flowers do when they trust sunlight. Jack said hold, and the field did, a human tide pulling back from their own shore. He said release, and the air came forward, warm for one last second. Halfway through the second song, the sky made a decision. Lightning stitched the horizon. The sound came late, like bands do. The stage manager made a loop in the air with his finger, rap. Lorna made the cut sign at her throat, which was theater and not omen. Rena counted the band into an ending that felt like emergency braking. Off, Lorna barked. Now. Jax did something stupid. He raised his palm and said into the mic, not loud, not quiet, hold. For them. The field obeyed. 30,000 people set their weight to themselves. Knees soft, chests aware, palms open. It held the way a bridge holds. It held long enough for the light towers to be lowered a notch, long enough for a gust to be a gust instead of a god, long enough to matter. Release. Jax commanded, and it was a command and he hated it, and they obeyed, and the reversal of pressure was thunderless and holy. The crowd exhaled a sound with relief in it, and the first sheet of rain hit and flattened applause into noise. Backstage, everything turned into a child's drawing of water. Electronics fled the storm under coats like guilty lovers. The sponsor's step and repeat wrinkled and tried to be a sale. The festival rep hugged a walkie and shouted all artists hold in a tone that proved every vocabulary can be colonized. Lorna grabbed Jax by the hoodie with a gentleness that would bruise. Never again without a roof, she said into his face. I will staple you to plywood before I let you ask 30,000 people to breathe for you under lightning. I asked them to breathe for them, he said, stupid and embarrassed by how good it had felt for half a second. She looked at him for a long 2 beats like a woman trying to decide which of her freight will fall off the truck first. You did, she admitted, and you made a weather system listen. I don't know if that's noble or terrifying. Both, Rena said, and wrung water out of her hair like sin. Back at the hotel, clothes steaming on hangers, instruments humming to themselves in cases like animals asleep, time had a temper. The clock said 10:12. Jax's phone said 9:38. Micah's watch said 12 o'clock because it had given up. The GPS on the bus crawled to life and wrote WORLD and then petulant, RAI, and just to be funny. Jax showered the electricity off the skin and wiped the mirror and saw, behind his shoulder, where rules say mirrors lie, the outline of a woman sitting on his bed. Not Lumen, a stranger with a plain face you would lose in a crowd. Her hands folded, her mouth nothing. His heart bucked. He turned. Empty room. The bruise cooled under his hand like a coin obeying a magician's palm. The phone buzzed. Nice trick. He typed, we didn't bleed. She replied, time is blood with manners. He typed, stop. The typing bubble pulsed like a heartbeat, then stilled. For a full minute, maybe 2, time was a dog again. Nothing. Then, teach them to say it without you. He stared at the words until they blurred. He lifted his hand and covered the locket and felt his own pulse ask the bruise a question it didn't answer. In the adjacent room, through a wall built to keep noises in their lanes, Rena's click ran for 3 minutes and then stopped. The silence after was thick and gentle. Jax lay down on a bed that didn't deserve a person on it and listened to the hum of a building that had never learned promise and pretended it could help him. Outside, in the hotel lobby where only desk clerks and men who have forgotten how to leave their jobs at their jobs keep time, a small line formed. Palms to glass. Whisper. Step aside. The night porter wiped his counter with long, slow strokes and did not shoo them, because rules are for the day and breathing is for the people who survive it. Lorna lay awake with her phone screen dim, typing the new rule over and over until it felt like an action instead of a plea. We do not tour forever in a year. We hold our names. We teach stop without a stage. On the bus itinerary for morning, someone, Micah, tired and meaning well, wrote a joke in the notes field. World, TBA.
Hold nightly.
Stop as needed. Names yours. Chapter 6, Names. Morning cracked like a plastic wristband. The bus rolled into a city that had decided to be rain, and everyone's phones woke at once with a push alert that started as gossip and tried to grow teeth. Fan forgets name after Starling Teeth show. A shaky video. A girl in a hoodie on a curb under sodium light. A friend filming with worried gentleness. What's your name? The friend asks. The girl blinks and laughs and goes pale. Hold on. She pats her pockets like names live in denim. She starts to cry. Say you will, she whispers, as if that's the answer and not the infection. Turn it off, Lorna said, and the bus, obedient, went quiet in a way machine rooms never are. At the venue, a basketball arena with banners that bragged collegiately about other men's shoulders, security handed Lorna a gift someone had bribed them to accept. A white hat box tied with glossy ribbon. Inside, 100 paper wristbands, each printed cleanly with a first name in a font designers think is humble.
Ella. B.A.
Jason.
Schwer. Hugo.
At the bottom, on a card, for tonight's altar. So everyone can feel held. A watermark globe, longitude lines drawn with hair-thin red. Absolutely not, Lorna said. She put the lid on like closing an eye. We don't put names on merch. It's not merch, the ops guy tried. It's bait, Rena said. Sound check. The screens cycled through stock loop, red bars, band logo, weather for the lies of vibes, and then, just for a blink, a grid of names popped like bubbles.
Jax.
Rena.
Tay.
Micah.
Lorna.
Then more, rows of ticket holder names, scraped from some database without asking, 2 misspelled, 1 dead. The letters zipped, flickered, stacked to welcome and shook. Kill feed, Lorna snapped. Not us, the video op said, hands up, wounded. He pointed to a rack with the wearing a tie energy of a consultant, an analytics box with a label that had the label's label on it. Devin's toy. Jack stepped downstage and spoke to the dark bowl because superstition had taught him audiences are always early. We don't feed the room names, he said. His voice carried like a rumor decides to. Noted. The bowl said back in the whisper of air conditioning. Half an hour later, Devin called like a summer cold, cheerfully contagious. Lorna put him on speaker and set the box in the center of the green room table like a captured animal. Engagement. Devin beamed. High-trust moments. Fans see their names, they feel seen. They feel taken, Lorna said. Turn it off. Devin tuteed into a latte. You're leaving money on the floor. Good, Rena said. Let rats have it. Language. Devin said, fond. Listen, our consultant says. She's not your consultant, Jack said before he could be strategic. She's weather, and you rented an umbrella from a tide. Devin missed it, or pretended to. We'll kill the display, he said soothingly. But consider the lane. People give names willingly every day. This is cleaner. Consent is not a drop-down, Lorna said and hung up. When she looked up, Lumen was in the doorway. No laminate, no apology. A black suit again. The mouth that always looked like a red answer to an unasked question. It was daylight in the corridor outside. She brought it in with her like contraband. You're cross, Lumen said mildly to Lorna. It looks good on you. You're in the wrong room, Lorna said. I'm in every room, Lumen said, which would have been obnoxious if it hadn't been true. Jax didn't stand. He didn't trust his knees. Names, he said flatly. Keys, Lumen said. Maps. Leashes. Masks. Depends who's got them. You have too many, Rena said. Lumen's smile crooked, not unkind. I prefer to say I don't misplace them. What happens, Theo asked, if a crowd puts them in the same mouth? Then the mouth owns the door, Lumen said. That's how kingdoms were made, and hashtags and wars. Can I teach them not to give them? Jax asked, and the we of the question surprised him. Him and the band, him and the crowd, him and Lorna and Rena and a bruise. You can teach them to hold, Lumen said. But if you say hold your names with that mouth, there will be a ledger. We already owe, Micah murmured. Lumen tipped her head. Not the same debt.
A receipt.
If they keep their names, you don't get to say you gave them the world. They kept one piece of it. That's the first boundary. Good, Lorna said, fierce. Let the world have fences. Lumen's gaze flicked to the locket, which had a way of being in Jax's pocket even when he had sworn it wasn't. It will make you smaller. I want to be smaller, Jax said, and felt the relief of speaking treason to his own 16-year-old. She looked at him as if he'd finally learned the easy chord she'd been trying to teach.
Then say it, she said.
Say it to the glass.
Say it to their wrists.
Make a rule. He expected her to lay a trap in the air. She didn't. She turned and left, the hall light slashing the red of her mouth into a geometry. Security jogged up 3 seconds late, apologizing to the absence. Backstage, before doors, Lorna printed sheets with "We hold our names" at the top and taped them in every crew space she could commandeer. She added, "We do not feed them 2 screens." She drew a little box and wrote "stop" inside like a child's spell. Jax found a Sharpie and wrote it on his palms. Stop on the left, hold on the right. In the corner he wrote his name, small, like a pencil note in a hymn. He warmed up with the straw until he liked the sound his ribs made. He put the wristband from the Lost and Found, Stop, on the same arm as his in-ears wire. He touched the bruise until it cooled and stopped demanding a story. House out. Rena counted them in. The first song behaved. He got cocky and smiled at the front row, and one girl's face opened with a hunger he recognized from a mirror, and he reined it back like a horse from a cliff. Third song, they tried it. Jax lifted his palm, and the band took their hands off their tools, just for a breath. House to 20, security palms up. Do this with me, he said, and felt the quaver he hated and made it a feature. We're going to hold, and then we're going to stop, and then, quietly, we're going to say our names to ourselves. Not to me, not to them, to the part of you that answers when you knock. A tide of uneasy laughter. Church again, but with teeth removed.
Good.
1, he counted, soft enough that people had to lean in.
2, 3, in.
30,000 people did it. They held.
4 beats.
5, because nobody listens. Rena ticked 6 behind him with a hi-hat, and no one heard except those who needed to. Release, Jax said, and the air warmed. Now, he said, and cupped his own mouth like a boy who had kept secrets. Say your name. Quiet. To yourself. If you don't have one right now, make a sound you love and hold it. The sound the room made hurt because it was so small. It wasn't a chant. It was a hiss of syllables pressed through teeth and lips, the human act of refinding yourself where you left yourself last.
Maya. Ben. Ale. Yo.
A dozen names rose too loud, gasps written as vowels, and 100 mouths moved without sound because grief snatched the wire. A woman at the rail pressed her palm to her chest and said, "I am," and cried because the rest arrived late and then arrived anyway under her hand like a heartbeat. Good, Jax said, with a teacher's relief he didn't hate. If you're here with someone, put your hand on their shoulder and say "I hold" name. If you're alone, put both hands on your ribs and say "I hold me." Security mirrored it because they are trained to mirror anything that looks like safety. The rails became a benediction. People put hands on strangers, and no one fainted. The screen tried to eat it, blipped, flickered to 1,000 tiny, hungry rectangles waiting to collect, and died because somewhere in the building Lorna had pulled a fiber and looped it on itself like a noose. Release, Jax said, hating the command and saying it anyway. 30,000 chests let go. The room made a noise like a storm deciding to rain somewhere else. They went back into the set like a boat finding the channel again, avoiding the rocks. During Porcelain Sky, a patch of fans near the mixed position started chanting "Say You Will" out of habit, the way you reach for a cigarette months after you quit. 3 voices. 7. 10. Jax turned his head, not the mic, and set it to the corner, almost conversational. Stop. The chant tripped, broke, and folded itself into laughter that wasn't cruel. Mid-show, the PA tried to pick a fight. Say your N. It began, and Rena smacked the snare hard enough to scare the consonants, and the sentence died a petulant child. Micah played a riff he'd never written that sounded like a door being closed and locked, and then reopened out of hospitality. Theo's E string purred under his hand, and for a second, the room felt like it remembered itself better for having been taught a trick. Then, because this is how this works, the worst happened in a small way that was almost beautiful. A woman at the rail, older than most, with grief in her hair and determination in her jaw, held her hand up at the hold cue and didn't bring it down. She stood with her palm out, eyes closed, whispering a name that wouldn't stick. The people around her waited, because 2 nights of practice had made the front row gentle. Jack saw her mouth shape a sound like loose or lin or loss. Release, Jack said soft for her. She didn't. The bruise under his fingers cooled, as if someone else's yes were finding a home it hadn't paid for. He felt rage of a kind he hadn't learned. Not at her, not at the room, at the thing that wanted a ledger with names it didn't earn. He stepped to the very lip. Security tensed. Rena's stick steadied, as if ready to throw. He pointed at the woman, not like an accusation, like a lifeline. What do you want me to call you if I write a song about this? He asked into the mic, into her, risking the trap. Her eyes opened. In them he saw the world he had already given, and the small piece she refused. She smiled, shaky, and said, loud enough for the second row and a microphone, mine. The room cheered like a stadium learning how to be a friend. The laugh came up easy and didn't hurt. Jax laughed with it and didn't bleed. Backstage, after, the room actually clapped when Lorna came in with the analytics box's power cable in her hands like a trophy. If Devin wants his toy, he can solder it back together, she said, flushed, victorious, terrifying. We should do the name thing every night, Micah said. Quiet.
Small. No screens.
2 per tour, Rena said immediately. Scarcity makes it matter. Scarcity also keeps us from building a weird church. Theo held up his bass. The red filament along the E had lengthened a hair. Still in tune, he said. I'm deciding not to freak out. Jax sat on the carpet with the locket in his palm. Inside, the cross of red hairline threads looked thinner, like someone had erased a stroke with a finger. He breathed on it. The fog held for a 1 count and fled like a small good thing afraid of being named. The wall clock read 10:19. FOH said they'd been off at 10:02. Time had learned that names were heavier than will and had to be carried underhand. It sloshed. Lumen didn't appear. Her absence made a shape in the door. The bus rolled at 2, which might have been 3. The GPS wrote WORLD and then HOLD, STOP, and AMES, like a menu someone had forgotten to delete. A 5th line blinked once, faint as an idea, then steadied. LOSS. Absolutely not, Lorna said to the screen, and taped a post-it over it. Jax texted the number that had never had a name. Names are off the table. The bubble pulsed. They're on the table. You taught them to set them down in front of you instead of me. Good, he typed. Dangerous, she sent. Ledgers always get balanced. By who? She answered. By the person who promised the world. He didn't type for a long time. The bruise cooled. He could feel the night porter downstairs wiping the counter, the small line under the glass forming and scattering. He could feel the band sleep like different chords. Rena an 8th note, Theo a whole, Micah syncopation, Lorna a rest that contains more music than sound. He typed, we add a rule.
No buble.
He imagined her mouth, red and amused. He wrote it anyway in the band chat, in the notes app, on his palm over stop on the inside of the locket with his breath. We do not give the crowd their names. We teach them to keep them. The bus hit a seam in the highway, and everything on the shelves rattled like bells. From the overhead speaker, at exactly the volume of a sleeping room whisper, a word came, not hers, not his. A patchwork chorus that sounded like 1,000 people sang it to themselves in bathrooms and at bus stops, and in bed in the dark.
Mine.
He slept with the locket under his pillow like a coward and a child and woke with it in his hand because hands know what they're doing when brains don't. In the morning, the label posted, without telling Lorna, an image at 9 o'clock that had been scheduled for 8 o'clock that had never been approved. A map with lines. World. Dates TBA across it in white. In the comments, someone wrote yesterday, and someone else wrote forever, and someone else wrote mine, and for once, the algorithm seemed unsure which to serve first. Chapter 7, Ledger. The map went up at 9 o'clock and the city bent around it like heat. Lines arced from continent to continent in white that pretended to be clean. World. Dates TBA. The post was live for 3 minutes before Lorna could get anyone on the label to answer, 10 before she could get it taken down, forever by the measure of a crowd that screenshotted like a reflex. By noon, a rumor was a schedule. Kids in Sao Paulo wrote tomorrow in chalk on a plaza. In Manila, a mall kiosk printed hold on tote bags by the hundred. In Berlin, someone wheat-pasted stop over the label's poster, and the photograph in the poster moved for a second like paper had learned to breathe. By 3, a second push alert bit hard. Fan goes missing after Teeth show. Last seen outside arena doors. Photo. Plain face, hair in a messy bun, eyes you could borrow and forget to return. Name blurred at the request of family. The clip showed her standing just beyond the floodlights. Someone off-camera called her, and she turned, smiled, lifted her palm, open, oath, and then the video hiccuped, wrong frame, right frame, wrong frame. And she wasn't there. Not fallen. Not run. Not there. Jax watched it twice, and his throat forgot to be a body part and became a mouthful of pennies. He turned to Lorna. She had already called the venue, the police, a lawyer, her mother. Her hands shook around the phone just once, like a cymbal kissed. It's an edit, Micah said, hopeful in that doomed way men get when they love cameras. Someone clip. Maybe, Rena said. She wasn't blinking. The hand under the table is doing close-up magic. Theo put his bass on the stand as gently as if it had a fever. The red filament along the E had grown another inch. He plucked. The note rang true in a way that made Jax want to throw the instrument into a river and apologize to the river. The GPS on the bus blinked, coy. LOSS tried to write itself under the menu, and Lorna slapped another post-it over it like a priest covering a mouth. New rule, she said, hoarse. We do not let loss be a segment. Jax texted the number. What did you take? The bubble came up and stalled like weather regrouping. Then, I didn't. He typed, lie with a different mouth. Ledger moved, she wrote. You made names private. It wants a public column. No. He typed without air. Teach them to say stop without you, she replied. Tonight. Let them hold each other with no microphone. If the ledger gets fed, it won't invoice flesh. Invoice flesh. Micah read over his shoulder, wincing. Hate it. Good plan, though, Rena said, drumstick gripped hard enough to pale the knuckles. Make them do it without your throat. She glanced at the schedule. Half the show lights die at 9, when the venue does the cheap energy-saving wink. We kill the rest. We do a dark set. No grid, Theo said. He tried for humor and found prayer. Acoustic apocalypse. Lorna's mouth made a decision for the rest of her. We cut power on purpose, she said. We pull the mains. We run battery lanterns and tell the building it's a drill. I will take the fine and sell my wedding ring to pay it. You're not married, Micah said gently. I've got rings, she said, and that was that. House at the Bellwether was 50% concrete and 50% ghosts of playoff losses. The backstage callboard wore the protocol with more gaffer than paper. At the top, in fat black, hold protocol // name rules / NO vows. Lorna added a third sheet and underlined it twice. The dark set. FOH kills mains at Jax's hand signal.
Lanterns, däck, rail, FOH, med.
Nopa.
No screens.
Drums half kit.
Bass the off.
Acoustic only. Jax off mic. Teach hold / stop / names without gear. If PA speaks, we pull breaker. Security palms up. Crowd teaches crowd. We do not film. We do not stream. This is not a content moment. Legal will kill me, the ops guy said, dazed, impressed. Get in line, Lorna said, not looking up. Bring me the breaker map.
They sound-checked by not sound-checking.
Rena haved her kit. A snare, a floor tom, brushes. Theo found an old dreadnought and grimaced at its intonation like a snob in a field. Micah warmed his fingers and looked at his loopers like a man saying goodbye to a vice. Jax walked the bowl and clapped to hear the bloom, locating the hot spots by the old trick of being alive in rooms for a living. At 6:30, a cop came to the dock to ask about the missing girl. He was tired, decent, underpaid. Family says she came to the show, he said.
She left.
Then nothing. You got a list of people who do this breathing thing? We'll talk to them. We'll talk to them with you, Lorna said. We'll tell them to stop doing it at doors. Her kindness had razors sewn into the hem. Just keep your heads, the cop said, and didn't say I have 2 kids and one is at your show tonight because it lived in his face. At 7, Rena's click whispered will under the talk. Rebellious. Late to the party it had been built to avoid. She tapped the pad with a brush and the ghost flinched and kept whispering because grief does not learn on beat 1. 2 holds.
2 stops, she said anyway.
Names once. Dark set at 9:07. Why 7? Theo asked. Rena shrugged. Feels like where the floor will give. Lorna caught Jax's sleeve. If she pushes into the room, she said, meaning Lumen, meaning the ledger, you don't talk to her from the stage. We don't let her use the microphone as a throat. I don't let anyone use the microphone as a throat, he said, and surprised himself by meaning it. House out. The bellwether filled with the smell of strangers remembering a song at the same time. First 3 songs, grit and power and routine, like giving a dog the trick before the pill. Jax walked the fence he'd built in his mouth. The bruise under his collarbone kept polite time. When a pocket of the floor tried Say You Will, he smiled and stop came out of him like a muscle he trusted. At 9:06, he lifted his hand. FOH cut the mains. Sound in a room like this has habits. Kill the PA in a city where hockey is a religion, and it will find its way up the rafters and down again, late, confused. The first second was panic. Half-hearted, not yet wanting. The second was the space where people look around to see if they should be worried. The third second was quiet big enough to hold a boat. Lanterns blossomed, 4 on stage, 4 at the rails, 1 at FOH. The screen went black obedient as a blindfold. The band was suddenly standing in a pool of gold like a painting of saints forced into a basement. Jax put 2 fingers to his lips. The hush traveled like a ripple. Pit, bowl, nosebleeds, then back again. He stepped to the edge, no barriers now between him and the people except air, and the security guard at the corner did the palm-out hold like a cop who has learned a new spell at work and keeps it next to pepper spray. Do it without me, Jax said, not loud. Show me you can. He held his hand up in the open oath that they'd ruined and saved and tried to return.
1, 2, 3, in.
Hold. 30,000 did it. No Mike taught them. No pa enforced. The sound of air leaving the world stopped. Jax could hear the brush on Rena's snare as she tapped the beat for the band only, the softest clock. He counted 4 and 5 and greedy 6. He moved his hand, palm down, release. The room sighed. No one fell. Somewhere a laugh was born and went quiet rather than climb. Again, he said. He took them up and set them down, and when he felt the floor begin to love him for it, that old itch of priesthood, he stopped. Names, he said. Yours. Only yours. Not the ones the building tried to feed you. Not the ones the screen wanted to print. Yours. Say them to yourself. He put his hand to his chest where the bruise was. Mine, mine, mine. He didn't hear the words. He felt the temperature change. He felt the building remember what it had been built to do. Hold, not eat. From somewhere up in bowl level 2, a small, ordinary voice, no reverb, no power, said, like a person finding keys, mine. The bowl answered in 1,000 different mouths, and none of them were a chant. The sound hurt in the way clean water hurts teeth. Then the ledger pushed back. It took the screens first. Dead black found text, pale and hungry, crawling up from the bottom like credits. Say your name rolling in programming font. The lantern at FOH flickered and coughed. The PA unplugged, ticked once like an insect. Jax felt pressure on the bruise, cool, then cold. The part of him that had learned to listen for Lumen's mouth waited for her. She stood at the back of the floor, just outside the circle of lanterns, backlit by exit signs. She looked less red in the mouth without the grid. More human, more frightening for it. He did not look at her for more than a second. He looked at the crowd and said, informal as breath, "Stop."
They did.
It was clumsy. It was gorgeous. Half the room forgot. The other half remembered for them and touched shoulders and laughed. The say your name on the screen sulked and shrank until it found the corner and went no farther. Micah played the opening to the slow one on an acoustic that didn't belong to anyone and belonged to him anyway. Theo followed, muscle memory just behind fear. Rena put a fist in the floor tom and let the pulse sit there like a heartbeat you could lean against. Jax sang without a mic, and the sound fell 4 rows, and then multiplied because humans are animals and animals have this trick. It should have held. Then the ledger took a bigger bite. Micah blinked like a man waking up on a train at a stop that wasn't on the map. His hands twitched. He looked at his guitar as if the neck had reconfigured in the dark. Chord, he whispered across the stage. G, Jax said, gut without thought. Micah nodded and put his fingers down, and the sound that came out wasn't a G. It wasn't wrong. It was unknown, a chord that shouldn't exist if the universe had the decency to be finite. He stared at his hand like a man with his wedding ring on the wrong finger. Micah? Theo murmured, gentle. Micah's breath came faster. Panic lives where names do. He blinked, hard, then said, small and astonished, like someone finding they dropped their name on a stair and stepped on it. I don't. Stop, Jax said, this time at him. This time as a hand on a shoulder in a crowded room, and Micah stopped the panic on a dime like a man trained in a different emergency. He closed his eyes. Jax crossed and put his hand on Micah's head and said, quiet, like he was cheating at grace. Yours. Micah inhaled on hold like he'd been waiting all his life to be told. He exhaled on stop because there are only 2 verbs worth the throat most days. He opened his eyes, a little glassy, and smiled in the stupid, perfect way men smile when they've been scared silly and survived. Gee, he said, correctly now, as if remembering a childhood room. His fingers found it. The chord arrived late and exact, like a king who had the decency to apologize for traffic. The crowd didn't know what they'd almost watched happen. That was mercy. Lorna knew. Rena knew. Theo knew and tuned under his breath with an intensity that would have registered as prayer to anyone who hadn't learned to call it work. Lumen knew. She tipped her head like a dealer watching a player learn to count cards, irritated and impressed. They finished the dark set, as if that had always been the plan. The lights came back by degrees, as if time were a streetlight. Not because the label wanted, but because the room consented. When the mains took, the sea-level throb of PA came back with a taste of copper. The screen stayed black out of shame. Backstage, everything smelled like dust and breath and victory you only recognize when you've put your body between a ledger and someone else's name. Crew exhaled in tones, relief, fury. I'll get fired. The ops guy hugged Lorna and the breaker map and asked if he could come work for them on the bus. She kissed his cheek because there aren't enough ways to say thank you that don't make you cry. Micah sat with his guitar across his knees and his hands under his thighs to stop them shaking. Lost 30 seconds, he said. Or 3 minutes. Or a chord. Felt like a year. He laughed, high and cracked. Which is the brand, right? You got it back, Rena said. You said stop. You kept your name. Theo plucked his E. The red filament hummed. Pleased. He looked at Jax. If I cut it, he asked, do we bleed? Not today, Jax said. The wall clock said 10:09. FOH log set off at 9:58. Lorna's phone, which had lived 100 lives in an hour, said, like a teenager, time sloshed. Jax felt the bruise cool like a thing that had been refused and was learning to take sulking as a phase. He expected Lumen in the doorway with a quip about bridges and veins. She didn't come. When the security guard peeked in to say a woman with a red mouth had asked to be let through, Lorna said, "Tell her to pay at the door." And the guard, bless him, went back and said exactly that. The text buzzed. That was clever. He typed, "We'll keep doing clever."
Clever P.
Debt pays faster, she sent. World wants you in a day. I can give it.
No.
Say you will. He stared at the words until the bruise flickered like a poor connection. He typed, thumb heavy. Stop. The bubble glowed, dimmed, came back. He pictured her mouth thinking. Then, teach them to say it without loving you for it. He put the phone down because it had started to feel like a throat. He picked up the locket. Inside, the 2 red hairs were thinner. That faint third line he'd suspected, the one you could only see if you tilted the thing against light like a coin, had faded until it was almost not. He breathed on it. The fog held for 1 beat and let go. Lorna dropped into a chair opposite him and put her head back. "We made a rule on a floor in the dark," she said. "I'll get sued in languages I can't read." "I don't care." Jax laughed. It came out like a cough that had had a good day. "New rule," he said, daring to say it like it could be written in Sharpie on the air. She opened one eye. "We do not do world in a day. We will not pay loss. We teach stop without a mic."
Fine, she said.
"I'll embroider it on my body." Theo, from the couch, raised his hand like in class. "Add 1. "Hit me," Lorna said. "We don't leave anyone at the rail," he said. He wasn't looking at anyone. He was looking at the space where the missing girl had last been. "We hold them until they remember their names. Then we go." "We do," Rena said, and tapped the talk back onto the table with her brush, gentle and exact, like a heart put back where it belongs. Outside, under the awning at 2 a.m, the small line was there. Palms to glass. Whisper. Step aside. Tonight, after each whisper, a second motion traveled down the line. A hand placed on a chest, a mouth saying mine, and then a little nod like a person agreeing with themselves. Upstairs, Jax watched from behind the curtain and felt the bruise go cool, like a fever broken. He held his own palm out to the glass, to the city, to the ledger, to the girl whose name no one would put on a flyer, and whispered, obscene and holy and small as a life.
Meaning.
The glass fogged. It let his breath be a mark and nothing else. He slept like a man teaching a dog the difference between fetch and heel. He dreamed of a globe without lines, of a tour schedule that said later, of a 4th word that wasn't a command but a permission, hovering, waiting its turn to be learned. In the morning, the label sent another contract. Lorna used it to catch coffee drips. Devin called. She didn't answer. The GPS on the dash wrote world, then hold, stop, names. Lost blinked, considered itself, and went out.
For now.
Chapter 8, Enough. The invitation came wrapped in virtue. Global aid tonight. The subject line purred. Primetime live. 1 song. The world is watching. Devin sent 12 exclamation points. The label sent a truck. The network sent a packet with words like uplift and anthem and, buried in a bulleted list between no profanity and no political statements, no audience participation exercises. Lorna read that line twice, tilted the page toward a lamp like the light could argue it, and said, "We're going." "We're what?" Micah asked. "We're going," she repeated, calm like a blade in sheath. "We're taking a building that calls itself World, and we're teaching it a new word on its own air. We owe the missing girl that much." Theo plucked his E. The red filament hummed in its sleep. "They'll cut us." "Then they cut themselves," Rena said, and tapped her stick against the table twice. The drummer's amen. "We keep our names. We keep our holds. We keep the lights in our pockets." The telecast rehearsed like a miniature empire. Stagehands with radios, a host with teeth, an audience trained to applaud on cue. Jax stood on his tape mark and watched the camera red lights blink in thrift store rhythm. He felt the bruise under his collarbone cool, as if the room had central air for deals. 3 minutes. A stage manager mouthed. The host rattled off a sponsor he would disown in a funeral. A choir in matching shirts trooped past like contrition. Lumen moved through the side stage like money does. Everyone saw her and decided later they hadn't. Black suit, no red this time, a mouth the color of skin. She didn't smile. She stood just inside the halo of NO admittance and folded her arms where rules learned to respect her. "This is a terrible idea," she said, as if discussing whether. "That's my métier," Lorna said. "Get out of my light." Lumen's gaze went to the small pin mic lying in a coil on a case, the sort that survives wars. "They will cut your feed," she said to Jax. "They will kill your PA. They will pivot to a cooking segment about a celebrity's soup recipe, and the world will forgive them." "Then the room learns," Jax said. He touched the locket through denim. The crosshairs inside had thinned to 2 whispers. "And if the room learns, the ledger can invoice a wall." "It won't be satisfied," Lumen warned. "Big things." "Eat," he finished. "We're feeding it no." A countdown blinked on a monitor. Starling Teeth. Live in 1 minute. The network producer, headset on, did the finger gun thing men do when they want you to feel like a team. 30, folks. You hit the first chorus big. We throw pyro. Cry once. Let the host hug you. Do not lead a meditation. Rena held up a stick. "Meditation doesn't have drums," she said. "We have drums." The red light went hard. The host did the benediction. "Tonight, a band that's been teaching us how to breathe. Starling Teeth." The cheer was engineered. Can't sell relief if there's none to bottle. But honest enough, Jack stepped into the bullet of camera and felt the math change. He saw living rooms. He saw a bar where 2 men would roll their eyes and do it anyway. He saw a girl in a hoodie in a frame that hiccuped and erased her. He saw Lumen at the edge of this, arms folded, tired of watching men bargain. Rena counted 2. Theo made the old guitar behave. Micah's fingers were sure. Jax lifted his hand. "Do it without me," he said. Not pleading, not a stunt. He cut his eyes to FOH. Lorna looked at him, looked at the network feed, looked at her breaker map, and lifted her palm like a priest and a bouncer both.
The PA died.
The room inhaled the way rooms do when something goes wrong live. The backline carried. The drums talked in bones. Jax's voice fell 4 rows and multiplied because humans are built to share insistence. The camera op swore and rode the iris like a horse through smoke. The producer's finger cut across his throat. Somewhere in a truck, an engineer reached for a fader and found an absence. At home, millions watched the sound go narrow and didn't leave. In a living room in Omaha, a woman who had forgotten how to stop fell silent with her hands over her ribs and cried without knowing why. In a call center at midnight, a kid mouthed his name into the blue glow and wasn't ashamed for a full minute. On a couch in a city with rain, 2 men rolled their eyes, did it anyway, and felt better and mocked each other through tears. "Hold," Jack said to the room without a mic. The lanterns lit. Deck, rails, FOH, med. It wasn't the dark set. Light stayed up just enough to show the choice, not the trick, but it felt related. He counted. The trained audience held. The band held. The grid sulked. "Stop," he said, and the room loosed breath, the camera finding faces that were too honest for prime time. Someone laughed hard enough to be brave on television, and the nation liked that and didn't know how to admit it. He should have stopped there. He should have sung the song with a safe chorus and let the network edit it into an ad for a pill. Instead, with the front 2 rows watching his mouth like he kept medicine in it, he said, soft and with no drama, the 4th word he'd been waking up with and not wanting to try. Enough. It fell flat. It fell heavy. It fell like a book shut gently over a picture you shouldn't look at before sleep. It didn't ask. It announced. Rena's wrists went still over the snare. Theo's hand eased off the string. Micah blinked, and something in him that had been braced since the Missing Girls video let go. In the bowl, 1,000 shoulders dropped in unison and didn't clap because applause was the wrong verb. The screen behind them, which had taken its black with a sulky grace, flickered to white and wrote ENOUGH in a font that wasn't a font. It looked like chalk. The network cut to a wide shot, then to the host smiling like his face was a church, and he had to pretend the sermon had landed. He reached for his cue card, found a blank, and laughed. It was the sound of a man who has just learned there is a limit to what he can make happen. In a truck, a button got punched that should have shoved them into commercial. The camera stayed. The nation held. The ledger breathed in and discovered, with deep offense, that a room had declared a boundary. Lumen's mouth made a small, amazed shape. Her face didn't smile. Her shoulders did, in the small way a teacher smiles when a child invents a rule you can use. Backstage after, the network producer came in with a lawyer face and a hand extended for forgiveness. Lorna looked at the hand like it was a sickness. "Find me," she said, in voice. "Add a clause. We paid in a word and got a minute of sleep for a child in Pennsylvania. Send me the bill." He sputtered italics. Lumen ghosted the doorway and collected his sputters with her eyes for later and took none today. Jax leaned against a wall and coughed into a towel like a person, not a priest. One red hair, thin as forgiveness. He felt the bruise cool, cooler than it had since the first night. He touched the locket. Inside, the red crosshairs were almost not. The stone looked like ordinary shadow. He breathed on it, careful. The fog held for a heartbeat and was gone like a trick you choose to forget. The phone buzzed. "That word is expensive." He typed, "It's mine." "It will cost time," she replied.
Days. Tour.
"Invitations." "Good," he wrote. "We don't tour forever in a year. You'll lose moments you wanted she sent, and keep ones you didn't think to ask for."
He looked at the band.
Rena sitting on a road case, head back, smiling the small secret smile of a woman whose click had been obeyed. Theo arguing string gauge with a tech like two monks discussing flour. Micah texting a stranger, "You okay?" Because somewhere in the dark set, he had remembered being human. Lorna sitting still for the first time in days, eyes closed, lips moving over a rule like a psalm. He could live with those moments. They got fined. They got praised. They got called cult leaders and once sweetly nurses. The label tried to fire them. The label failed. Devin sent an email with "We love rebels" and a new covenant attached. Lorna printed it, burned it over a catering tin, and let the sprinkler system have an emotion. The venue clapped when the alarm stopped. The ops guy filmed and did not post. On the bus, the GPS wrote WORLD with less swagger. Beneath it, HOLD, STOP, and AMES. LOSS blinked and stayed off out of shamed good behavior. A new line flickered, tested itself, and rested there, weary and right. ENOUGH. Micah laughed when he saw it, real, bright. "It learned," he said. "Or we taught it. Same thing." "Teach it again," Rena said. "Every night until we forget the trick and have to write it on our hands." They ran shows like people rebuilding a house with everyone inside. Hold short, stops fast, names private. Enough when the room tried to go feral. The crowd learned a thing no room had ever taught them without a church in the contract. How to leave feeling full. Time still slurred. It slurred less. 20 minutes went missing between cities, but turned up in the green room where Jack sat with a kid and showed him how to breathe through a panic without anyone's mouth on a microphone. A day slid off the calendar and reappeared in a diner where the band ate pie in silence that wasn't fear. The bruise faded old yellow, and then, one morning in a hotel shaped like a cruise ship's idea of a castle, was simply gone. The missing girl haunted them as all statistics with faces do. Her family begged on local news. Her friends wrote posts that made the internet humane for 13 minutes at a time. Lorna turned down 3 shows in cities with police departments that treated bodies like numbers. "We're not doing World where the ledger uses uniforms," she said, and waited for the lawsuits like weather that chose other roofs. A week later, in a city that loved bridges, they finished a show on a warm wind and went to the bus with the kind of fatigue you wear home like a medal. The small line under the awning ebbed and flowed. Palms up. Whisper.
Hand on chest. Mine.
Step aside. A woman stood at the curb beyond the light. Plain face, messy bun. hands together like a person praying to a god she didn't believe in. Jax's heart jumped like a deer in a parking lot. "Excuse me," he said to security. Stupid. He was the person security was handling, and walked into the dark as if the ledger had left that strip for him. "Are you?" he began. "No," she said, and the relief hurt stupidly. "I saw her in a video. I thought. I wanted to be where a person disappears and doesn't." He nodded because a sermon would have killed them both. He lifted his palm. She lifted hers. "Open, the new oath." "Mine," she whispered to her own chest, and then, like a person stepping from one moving sidewalk to another, "Enough." He smiled, small. "Good," he said. He pointed at the line, at the glass, at the desk clerk wiping the counter. "Pay here if you have to, but stop when you're done."
She nodded, honest.
She stepped into the line and, when her turn came, pressed her palm to nothing hard and did the small work people always have to do by themselves. Lumen found him on the step of the bus, half in, half out, as if she'd decided to be liminal as a kindness. She didn't have the red mouth on. She looked like a woman who had worked a long day and was trying to decide whether to love the world again tomorrow. "You could still have it," she said, conversational. "World in a day." "Enough," he said gently. She tilted her head, considering the words fit in her mouth. "You'll break hearts," she said. "Good," he said. "They heal bigger." She looked past him at the band. Rena asleep with a stick in her hand, Theo tuning a string because he could not, Micah texting the kid again to see if the breathing had held, Lorna folding a protocol sheet like a flag, and nodded once, the kind of respect you can't buy. "I'll still take my due," she said, without malice.
Time.
"Sleep. The way the sky remembers your name." "I'll pay in quiet," he said. "In shows we don't do. In cities we leave for later." "Later is a dangerous god," she said. "I know," he said. "We made friends." She put her hand on his bruise that wasn't there and didn't press, like a teacher checking posture. "You owe me one last word," she said. He thought. He tasted a dozen on his tongue. Home, rest after, and shook his head because this had to be a word that wasn't a leash. Together, he said finally, because he hated it and needed it, and because every trick they'd learned relied on the crowd being a crowd, and the band being a band, and the room being a room. "We do this, or we don't. Together." Lumen smiled with her shoulders again, which is how honest women smile when they don't owe you proof. "That one's free," she said, and stepped back into the night, where weather has its own laws. The bus rolled. The GPS wrote WORLD with less arrogance than a month ago, and then, obligingly, HOLD, STOP, and AMESENOUGH. A small corner flashed like a cursor, waiting. Rena's click whispered "will once under the talk and stopped, as if embarrassed to be caught. Theo's "e" sang like a tame thing. Micah, eyes on the dark outside, said, out of nowhere, "Mine," and didn't blush. Lorna texted the crew. New rules posted in the morning. Same rules as yesterday. Bring Sharpies. Jax leaned his head against the glass and watched the small line under the awning thin and go. He lifted his palm, open. He didn't feel the bruise. He didn't hear the hum under the lights. He heard breath. He heard a country counting. He slept before he could decide whether that was dangerous. In a studio where rich people kept their weather, the network producer reviewed the tape. He found 3 minutes where the audience had held and stopped and said their names and didn't chant and didn't buy anything. He did not know what to call it. He put it in a folder marked special and did not delete it. In a room without cameras, a ledger wrote paid in a column that had never seen that word and paused, annoyed and curious, before turning the page. Chapter 9, The Quiet Riot. They called it a weekend, and it tried to be a war. World Weekend, caps, gloss, breathless copy. 2 nights in a motorsports park outside a city that liked to rename itself. 50 bands, 6 stages. A drone show spelling philanthropy over people who had paid for the right to be counted. Starling Teeth at the top in a font you could see from space. Lorna put the poster down like it had germs. "We're not playing," she said. Devon's face on her phone did the "you're kidding" laugh executives learn in day school. "You're headlining. The sponsors bought air with your name in it." "You can sell them a refund," Lorna said. "We'll send cupcakes." "This is not how the world works," Devon said, carefully, like the phrase was a spell. Rena tapped her stick against her knee. "We taught the world what stop is," she said. "Watch." They posted at noon. "We're sitting out World Weekend. We're not doing World in a day. Breathe without us tonight. Hold each other. Stop when you're done. Keep your names. Enough."
Teeth.
The internet did what it does. Burned, blessed, tried to buy a t-shirt. The missing girl's photo slipped back into the feed like a tide coming to reclaim a footprint. News anchors learned to pronounce benign rebellion and ethical chokehold and meant none of it. Devon called and didn't say the word injunction. Lawyers did and couldn't find the spell that moved a band's body through a door it had closed. The label posted a new poster without Starling Teeth on it and made the font larger for a DJ with a yacht. It looked like Grief wearing sunglasses. At dusk, the band drove nowhere. The bus rattled through a city toward a park where people had decided to gather without stages.
No permits. No merch.
A rumor of lanterns. A policeman at a corner watched the stream of bodies and chose to understand it. The sky was the color of unasked questions. "Rules," Lorna said on the curb, tying her hair back like punishment. "We stay back. We don't speak. We don't fix. If someone faints, we help like civilians. If someone chants, we let it die of embarrassment. If someone says mine, we nod and don't steal it." "Copy," Theo said, and left his bass in its case like a man leaving a sword at home. They stepped into a field and were erased. No one turned. That was the miracle. Jack's Vale walked into a gathering of 10,000 and didn't change its temperature. People stood with palms open at their sides like the oath had learned to rest. On a slight rise, a kid with a portable speaker played rain noise because he did not know how to be useless. Someone passed water without a brand. Someone else collected trash with the furious gentleness of the newly converted. It began poorly. 3 voices tried "Say You Will" out of muscle memory and cracked their own jokes about it. A woman with grief in her hair, there are so many women, lifted her hand and said, "Small, mine," and the people near her answered yours without trying to make a chorus out of it. A teenager started crying because this wasn't a concert, and the friend who had dragged her put a hand on her shoulder and said enough, like a coat. At full dark, without planning, they did the thing. An open palm lifted. Not Jax's, nobody's that anyone could see. A breath went in. 10,000 chests held. Street noise hushed itself as if embarrassed to intrude. The wind miscounted, and then found the 4. Release. The field sighed. The lights in the towers edging the park dimmed, then steadied. Jax felt it, an old pressure in his chest he recognized and mistrusted, bracing for the ledger's reach. He lifted his hand out of habit. Rena caught his wrist, quick and quiet. "They don't need your mouth," she whispered. He nodded and put both hands in his pockets, a man choosing not to bless. At the motorsports park 20 miles away, the headliner who had been given their slot tried to make a crowd do anything. He said hands up. Half went up. He said sing it, a quarter sang. He said "Say You Will" because the sponsor had asked him to, and the camera found Jax's face on 1,000 phones in the first 3 rows. Stills, videos, posts, and those faces did not move. On a hill in the park, the small gathering found its shape. No stage.
No camera. No hero.
Hold. Stop.
Mine.
Enough. It looked like a riot you could take a child to. Somewhere behind the trees, a dog barked. Somewhere in the city, a fan who had never left their bed did the breath lying down and felt that count as attendance. Lumen found Jax at the edge because of course she did. She looked backlit by no light at all. "You're bleeding money," she said. He watched a stranger give another stranger a cup of water and said, "Good." "You're also bleeding world," she said, no tone. He shrugged. "Enough." She looked, not sad, not pleased. Interested the way weather is interested in roofs. "The ledger will eat anyway," she said. "You taught it a new menu." "We taught it no," he said. Those are the same, she said softly, not cruel. But they taste different on the way down. He turned to her with the smallest, pettiest relief, a normal man's annoyance. Are you ever off the clock? She smiled, and it was ugly in a way he liked. Not while you're on, she said honestly. Retire, and I'll start bothering some startup with an app that counts heartbeats and calls it a spouse. In the field, a line formed, old habit with a new nerve. Not palms to glass, palms to rib cages. A whisper.
Meaning?
Then a second. Yours. Quiet, as if returning a library book. Jax felt something in his chest knit in a way that would annoy any god paid by ache. He stuck his hands deeper in his pockets and found, not the locket, but a paper wristband soft from too much skin. He unfolded it with his fingers while the park counted. Will, block letters, smudged. On the inside, in fine pen, a second word, loose. The missing girl's name had never been said publicly. He'd seen it in a file blown up on a cop's tablet, pixels and plea. Lucero, the full. Loose, the call. He looked around, stupid, as if the person who had lost it might raise a hand. The field kept breathing, ordinary as weather. He slipped the band into his hoodie, like a thief stealing a receipt. Back on the bus, the GPS had given up writing WORLD in the big font. It hung there, sulking, and let the other menu glow first. HOLD/STOP/NAMES/ENOUGH. In the corner, like a cursor waiting its cue. TOGETHER. Gross, Rena said, affectionate. Keep it. Lorna had already pulled up a calendar marked in pencil because time still refused ink. We skipped 2 cities where the contracts say world louder than law, she said. We add a second night in the ones with parks. The label will sue us into a new shape, Theo said. They can sew their own pockets shut, Lorna replied. We are teaching a country how to breathe like rudely healthy people. Let them pick the PR battle they want to lose. Micah sat by the window and typed, stopped, and finally sent a message to a DM. He had no right to you out here? No answer. He put the phone face down and whispered mine to the glass like it could be an answer if you asked nicely. At 2 a.m, Jax's phone buzzed. He didn't look. He sat on the bus stairs with the door open and listened to a city dry itself. Lumen sat on the curb like someone who had enough power left not to sit on the throne. Payment due, she said, minimalist as always. I didn't sing, he said. You don't have to, she said. The system invoices the thought. She tilted her head. You want a receipt? He held out his hand because at this point what was one more superstition? She pressed something into his palm. A boarding pass. Not for a plane. It was paper the size of one, with crisp edges and a fake barcode, and a gate number that wasn't a gate. Admit one world. Name. JX Vale. Class. Covenant. Seat. Enough. In the corner where a logo should be, a globe, latitude, and longitude in hair-thin red. Across the whole thing, stamped at an angle in the off-black that receipts use when they finally concede. Paid. He laughed, salt, and idiot. You made a joke, he said. She lifted a shoulder. It's easier to break than a contract. He folded it twice and slid it into the locket's place and felt the absence of the locket like relief. We're going back to the Meridian, he said, because speaking the plan aloud made it a room he could practice walking into. Where we started. One night. Then we stop. Stopping is a verb, she said. You'll have to keep doing it. I've got people, he said, and glanced into the bus where Rena slept with a stick in her hand, where Theo tuned in his dreams, where Micah texted breath instructions to a kid in Idaho, where Lorna was pretending to write an email and writing a psalm. Lumen stood, smoothing nothing. Bring your rules, she said. Bring your together. The ledger likes a final exam. He didn't ask her if Lucero was alive. He didn't ask if Will had been a covenant she had collected and stuck under a wiper blade. He didn't ask what the price of not asking was. When he went inside, the band had already moved their bags into the morning. Rena had added a line to the protocol in fat marker, capital letters that looked like they could hold a door. We end where we began. We leave whole. He texted the only person he could think to. Loose, he typed, and stopped because his throat, miracle that it was, still had opinions. He changed it to Lucero. Then, if you can hear anything we do, do it without us tomorrow.
Breath.
Stop. Enough. Yours.
No babbles.
He let there not be. At the Meridian, the house crew had framed their first show poster and hung it crooked because reverence has clumsy hands. 30,000 tickets moved in a morning because ending sell. Lorna built a barricade out of rules and gaffer and called the fire marshal her brother. The fire marshal decided to be family. Before doors, Jax walked the aisle and touched the rail where the field had been mouths. He took the wristband out of his hoodie and taped it under the lip where his hand would find it without looking. Wolf faced up. Luce faced him. The city pulsed outside like it could count. The GPS wrote TOGETHER in the big font at last and let WORLD sit one line down like a child asked to share. 2 holds, Rena said at the wing. 1 stop. Names once. Enough on the air. You take a breath between every sentence. You don't apologize for it.
Copy, he said.
Leave whole. Lorna reminded the door. They nodded. That was the trick. Agree on the word first so the body remembers when the room forgets. House out. Meridian breathed in. The band stepped into the weather they'd made. On the screen, 4 seconds before the first downbeat, in a font that was chalk and a hand Jax recognized, the words blinked up like a dare. Final balance. He looked at Lorna. Lorna looked at the breaker. Rena lifted her stick. Theo checked the E. Micah flexed his fingers and mouthed mine. Ready. Jax whispered to a city and to a mouth that had learned to be more than hunger. He put his palm up. Together, he said. And the room did not answer in a voice. It answered in breath. Chapter 10, Final Balance. The Meridian remembered them. Backstage, paint still scuffed where Rena's case had once clipped a corner. The restroom mirror still forgiving in the mean ways. In the load-in alley, the same night porter wiped the same counter like a priest polishing a relic he didn't believe in. On the screen, before anyone touched a cue, 2 words blinked like a dare written in chalk. Final balance. Lorna pointed at FOH. You see it, she said. Not me. The video op called, already offended that his gear had religions. It's there. Keep the breaker map where you can flirt with it, Lorna said, and the ops guy hugged laminated circuits like a toddler. They ran the rules one more time, because rules are how you tell fear to sit. 2 holds. 1 stop. Names once small. Enough on open air. Together on the way in and the way out. No vows. No bargains. If the PA spoke, they cut its throat. If the screen got hungry, they starved it. We leave whole. Jax taped the wristband under the rail, where his hand would find it without looking. Wolf faced up. Luce faced him. The bruise wasn't there. Sometimes his hand remembered to look for it anyway. 2 minutes, Lorna said, headset crooked, mouth align. She had written we end where we began on the call board in permanent marker, like the universe would be too embarrassed to ignore it. Rena touched her sticks together. Theo plucked the E with his eyes closed. The red filament purred and stayed where a string lives. Micah flexed his fingers and looked at the crowd through the curtain without letting the crowd see him looking. A superstition he will pretend has nothing to do with love. House died. Meridian inhaled. He walked out and put his palm up. Together, Jack said. It wasn't a command. It was an aperture. The bowl's noise rotated, found its angle, and poured. They opened heavy and clean. Every place where habit wanted a hole for a chant, they built floor. The first hold worked like a muscle they'd trained. Breath in, palms up, for release. The second hold collected the city's static and set it down. The stop after landed, so well half the front row laughed, relieved that refusal could be pretty. Names, Jack said, small as a backstage prayer. The hush was private in a room full of strangers. On the second verse of Red Weather, the screen blinked to life against orders and tried to feed. Names crawled up its belly, ticket database vomit, government names, nicknames, 2 misspelled, 1 dead. Lorna didn't shout. She put a hand on FOH's shoulder. He threw the breaker. The building coughed and the black held. The ledger doesn't like no delivered without drama. It pushed elsewhere. Time slurred. Rena's click drifted late, then strobed early, as if the room wanted a rubato it had not paid for. Micah's fingers landed where chords should be, and found roads that hadn't been paved yet. Theo's hummed approval of something none of them had consented to. The downbeat to the bridge arrived, and did not land. "Stop," Jack said, not into the mic, not to the crowd. To time, to the slick. He spread his fingers like a brake. Rena caught him and put the beat down on the floor tom like a hand on a chest. The slur corrected itself, sheepish as a dog caught chewing leather. The PA breathed in as if to say you, and died mid-syllable because somewhere in the snake pit a breaker obeyed Lorna's prayer. You could hear the air carry laughter to the rafters like an apology. Halfway through, a pocket of the floor turned toward old hunger and tried say you will out of muscle memory. A dozen mouths. 100. It could have been worse. Jack stepped to the lip and, for once, didn't lift his palm. The front rail watched his mouth. He let them. Then he did something stupid and perfect. He pointed at them and mouthed stop without sound. They did it. They stopped themselves. The little chant tripped and laughed and became oxygen. "Good," he said into the mic, and the room liked being complimented more than being commanded. On the friend's bench, a boy held his breath too long and remembered, at exactly 4, to let go. In section 212, a woman said mine out loud, as if returning a library book, and cried because the fine had been waived. At the ADA platform, a man with his name tattooed low under his sleeve rolled his eyes and did the thing anyway and felt his shoulders leave him alone for once. Lumen stood where she always stood, just outside the light, just inside the law that governs air. Not a red mouth tonight. The plain one. Her arms were folded. Her eyes were tired of men who thought they had invented paying. Jax didn't look at her long. He pointed at the crowd's middle, a place where faces go to become weather. "Enough," he said. The word fell like a book closed gently over a photo you love and should not look at before sleep. It loosened 1,000 hands. It did not ask. It declared. The screen, sulky, tried one more trick. In white on black, it wrote, "Final balance / account. Starling Teeth. Debits. Will /world /names attempted. Credits. Hold /stop /enough /together.
2, 1.
The room made the sound crowds make right before either a miracle or a problem. Rena's sticks lifted. Theo's purred like a cat about to bite. Micah's hands hovered over a shape he could play in his sleep, and would not tonight. Absolutely not. Lorna said calmly into the building's bones, and if the meridian had knuckles, they cracked them. Jax felt it in the place the bruise had lived, the ledger angling for an offering.
1.
A body.
A name.
A note. Old math. He stepped to the rail, slid his hand under the lip, and felt paper. He pulled the wristband free. Will, black, smudged. On the inside, tiny neat pen loose. He held it where only he could see it, then put it flat on the stage in the circle of his boot like a coin you leave on a bar for the bartender's kid. "No flesh," he said. Not to the mic, not to the room. To the math. Paper only. We pay receipts. He picked the band back up and put it in his pocket because rituals need both a motion and a refusal. He looked at the front row, and what he saw there steadied him. Not a cult. Not a choir. People. Some bored. Some ecstatic. Some breaking. Some whole. All breathing. Together, he said again, the bridge this time, the verb they'd been building. You do the hold without me. You do the stop without me. You keep your names when you're tired. You say enough even if no one claps. You do not wait for my mouth. He stepped back. Rena lifted a hand. Count yourselves.
She dropped it.
You could see it move like weather, row to row, human to human, a synced inhale without a leader. 4 beats was too long for some, too short for others. It evened. Release hit in a wave that knocked dust out of rafters and made the old PA sigh as if after a fever. The screen, having threatened to itemize a human, sulked and wrote one word in chalk and then pretended it had always wanted to. Paid. No red. No globe. Just a stamp you put on a nightmare, so you can file it. Time, which had been waiting like a curfew, sat down. The clock ran straight. FOH logs matched wrists. The downbeat landed exactly where downbeats land. Jax felt his throat be a throat and not a room. They finished the set on the slow one because it was honest, and because stadiums secretly want lullabies more than fireworks. He did not offer the mic once. He did not say. He said sleep to a city, and the city laughed because nobody with rent sleeps, and the laugh was better.
Encore? No.
They didn't pretend to leave, so they could pretend to return. They stood there and let the night be over in the open. Backstage, the quiet was the best noise anyone had ever heard. Crew exhaled like a tire that had decided to be a balloon again. The ops guy took a photo of the breaker and didn't post it. A paramedic who had stood at the rail for 3 hours without using a glove cried the way professionals cry. Quick, private, with pride. Lorna sat, finally, like a person and let the adrenaline find other work. Security brought a report. A woman found 2 levels down, in a service corridor, dehydrated, confused. Says she came here 6 weeks ago. The guard said, sheepish good. Says she forgot. She's okay. Meds with her. He glanced at Jax. Says not to put her on camera. Jax looked at Lorna. Lorna shook her head before he could ask. We don't turn her into a victory, she said. He nodded. He touched the wristband in his pocket, the little paper name he wasn't allowed to save. He whispered mine into the cloth and left it there. The text came, of course. It always does. Final balance settled. You learned a trick I wanted. He typed. No bodies for books. For tonight, she replied. You're very proud of yourselves. You bought time. Time will invoice. We'll pay in quiet, he wrote. And shows we don't play. A long pause. Longer than her kind normally permits.
Good she sent.
Call me when you want to be greedy again. He put the phone face down. Lumen appeared anyway because she can, because saying stop makes weather check its schedule, but not always obey it. She stood in the doorway, hair unglamorous, shoulders pleased. You did it, she said. She did not clap. You taught a room to refuse you. We taught it to keep itself, Rena said, and leaned the stick against her leg like a weapon laid down at a gate. Lumen looked at Jax. You said together and meant it. He nodded. The word felt less gross in his mouth now that it belonged to a lot of other people too. She put a hand where the bruise had been. Nothing there. Her palm rested on skin that only remembered. This remains the only payment you shouldn't make often, she said. Sleep. We're stopping, Lorna said, and the word had become their verb. After this leg, a real one. No secret dates. No, we owe you. We don't tour forever in a year. Later is a dangerous god, Lumen repeated, as if reminding herself. We'll bring it water, Jax said. Lumen smiled with her shoulders again. If you ever want world in a day, she said lightly, I'll pretend to say don't. We won't, Jax said, and felt 16 forgive him for a second and then sulk, which is how 16 behaves when you save his life. She left the way she always does, through a door that had not yet been placed, as if floor plans were polite suggestions. The bus idled warm. The GPS wrote its menu in the big font the way it hadn't when this began. HOLD/STOP/NAMES/ENOUGH/TOGETHER. WORLD sat below like a polite cousin. In the margin, a little cursor blinked and then drew a box around nothing, leaving it there on purpose. They rode in silence that wasn't absence. Rena's click didn't whisper anything it shouldn't. Theo's throbbed like a creature at rest. Micah texted the kid in Idaho. Proud of you.
Breathe.
Lorna set her phone face down and, without permission or apology, slept. Jack sat on the bottom step with the door open to the alley and the night porter's rag moving in easy circles. A small line formed under the awning because habits don't die. They learn posture.
Palms to ribs.
Whisper.
Mine.
A nod. Enough. Step aside. He lifted his palm. Open. No one saw. That was the luxury. To bless a city from a doorway without being paid for it. He took the boarding pass out of his pocket. the joke or the receipt or the curse, and looked at the stamp. Paid tilted across world like graffiti. He folded it twice and fed it into the little galley trash where coffee stirrers go. He watched it sit there among small human things. He did not set it on fire. He didn't need a spectacle. He needed it to be garbage. Together? Rena said behind him, voice sleep rough, ordinary. Together, he said. He slept like a man who could afford to. In the morning, there were still posters. There were still labels. There were still kids insisting on vows who would learn a better verb in a bad bar and a good bedroom. There were articles with words like cult and care-sharing paragraphs like uneasy cousins at a wake. There were police reports and miracles, and all the boring acts of mercy that never trend. There was a show they didn't play, and a park they walked through anyway. There were hands lifted without needing a stage to tell them when. There was a country that had learned a trick. And, in a room in some hospital's annex, a woman with a plain face woke up with a paper band curled soft in her fist. On the inside, in tiny neat pen, a word that had finally come back to where she kept it. Lucero. She didn't call a station. She didn't post a thing. She put her palm on her ribs and said mine and meant it, and no ledger in the world could make a column for that, not tonight. The meridian, empty of bodies but not of breath, held still. Dust glittered where light always tries its teeth. On the big screen, powered down, a ghost resolved. Chalk letters that weren't there, like a note someone wrote on a window and wiped.
Paid.
Then nothing. Blessed, ordinary nothing. A stage, a room, a city, a bus pulling away without guilt, a group of people who had the indecency to keep living after learning the price. The GPS blinked. Hold. Stop.
Names.
Enough. Together.
No cursor.
No threat. World waited its turn politely. They turned it off. They didn't need directions for a while.